Hello everyone, welcome to day 26. Yesterday we were working on adding the metadata for the research chat. So this will allow people to ask follow-up questions based on the chart. So like let's say they're generating this Tesla chart and they're like, I don't really understand how this was made. So now we've attached some things so people can ask like what years was it using? Why did you choose these data points? And the reasoning behind why this was made. This way, it's a little bit less of a black box. This is something I will use pretty frequently as well when I'm trying to validate charts. Before I'd have to kind of dive into the script that it made. This is a much better thing for me. Yesterday, we also attached a lot of data to our government data explorer. So we have 200 countries, 220 countries of World Bank data. And we have 5 or 6 countries of just grabbing using their APIs. So Australia, etc. Let me just go to the page. We should add it to our navigation so it's easier for people to get to. But the World Bank has a free API you can use for a commercial license, and they have a commercial, they have an open license that you can use commercially, I mean to say. And lots of data for tons of countries, some I don't even know. Yeah, so that's pretty great. We're going to use that for graphs, kind of. You can create your own collections. I think that'll be kind of fun for users. And we're adding also events. So the idea of events is like there's going to be lines for all the important events for each chart, which will help the users interpret what's going on. And then eventually we're going to bring all this data here to the chat. Right now you can send it to the chat individually with the button over here. You can go here, click Ask AI, send it. But we want to have it so the user could click more and navigate this way. Hey, chat on. Yep, locking in. Welcome back. He joins right as the stream starts. That is locking in. That's for sure. One thing I want to fix though, when you click Ask AI, it's going to be like you send the message, and the AI will very quickly come back with like a template that we set. Very, very responsive. The reason is the flow here is a little weird, right? It's like, first of all, it looks a little strange, but then it's like, okay, now I have my question. It just takes a little reading. So I think it'll look nicer if it's messages format. It should be live on Twitch, I think. Hey, Hamadoom. Let me double check. Yep, looks like I am. I think today we'll start on just this little fix here because it'll span a lot of different pages. Because we have a lot of charts on other pages where you send a chat, so this will be kind of a nice little thing. Hey, Sodehead, good to see you. So right now, whenever you click Ask AI on any of the pages, so today's brief or the data page, and it goes to the research page, we want to make it so it's a little bit different flow. So instead of going to that new conversation page, it's going to go directly to a conversation, and it will have already sent the message, and the AI will come back with the some sort of template response. So it's not even the AI, we're not even running a generation. We just have a template response that's like, please ask your question. And it'll fade in after. It'll look like we sent it to the LLM, but we didn't for that one. It's just a template. Before you begin that though, make sure to tell me what you think. Do you understand? And repeat back what I'm saying. It's kind of weird that I'm asking you that on YouTube for stream. Interesting. You probably, if I were to guess, you probably watch some of these long vibe coding streams. That's maybe why it recommended it. But it's very possible. Anyways. So Another thing we're going to work on. I notice this is not being crossed out anymore, which is weird. This is our to-do list here. So all of this should be crossed out except this. Oh yeah, currency labeling. So we'll work on that as well on one of these other windows. So I'm going to clear this one. I guess for any new people, what we do is we kind of have like a few different tasks running. So this one's going to run that one that I kind of just talked about. And we're going to start maybe a few others. And these are just going to be kind of bug fixes. So the currency labeling here is when you go into data, when you change the countries, currently we didn't do anything to change it out of USD or change it into USD. Something we should figure out if we want to convert it or keep their currency. On the data page, currently we always use USD, but we don't actually do the conversion. We need to do a little bit of thinking. Which, do you think we should try to convert all of these to USD? I think this is probably not necessary. I'd rather just, we already have the mapping, I think, so it should just be a display thing. But let's go ahead and create a plan. Hey Jacob, welcome back. No, not really. I do watch a lot of AI. Peace. Yeah, have a good one, man. Thank you. Okay. Put it in this folder here. And over here. So the user clicks Ask AI on today's brief. Yes. Yes. Yeah, that's all perfect. I think desired fade in very quick. Doesn't need to simulate thinking. And it could just be to start, please ask your question for all of them. How's everyone doing? This one, we have to kind of rethink. I'll show you guys what we were doing. We were adding this events line. We were thinking it would be cool if people could like go over certain areas and see what happened in history that related to the graph. But the problem we ran into is that there's a lot of events. So we either curate it, and then we kind of have to think about the UI. How to make this a little easier to understand and read. One suggestion was like we have another component underneath that's like some sort of horizontally scrolling thing. Different events. And I think maybe that makes sense because I can't really think of any other way to display. I would love for people to be able to see at a glance what's going on rather than they have to hover over everything. Like maybe some short blurb if we can fit it. Oh, I think I have an idea. It should be like a legend where we have all these filters. Okay. Yeah, that can maybe work. So we have a legend with all these filters that are used in the graph, and then they can kind of see at a glance what's going on, but then they can hover over to get more specific things. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So I'm gonna take that screenshot and put it in here, and this one down here. So right now we have a filter for events. We're trying to rethink the UI a little bit. We made a doc in here. I think it's called like event data or something. Data event page. There it is. I think there's a design doc in there. I'm kind of thinking a new one will be, we add a legend for all these charts, which show it's based on the tags. And we have to create some logic here for like, we can't put too many events condensed right next to each other. It just makes the UI a disaster unless we can figure out another way to display this. So let's think about that. So let's ideate first before you change anything. This is just finding the files. Cool. That sounds pretty good. Before I run this change though, I'm going to make sure that we have nothing going on. Looks like we left some stuff uncommitted. So let's see what it is. Right, we removed this. Should probably test it before committing. But this is probably good. This is just the World Bank stuff. Hey, most wanted. Thanks. I played with the camera a little bit because there's this software Camo Studio. Because if you use the continuity camera, you can't put it in portrait mode. For at least I couldn't in OBS. It wouldn't allow me to. So I was using this is a better mode, I think. And I also was using the wide lens, so the 0.5, so it's a little distorted. So it's a little better, I think. Okay, but the iPhone camera is pretty damn good, I must say. Like, I understand that. When did you start streaming? How old were you? I started this year. Earlier this year. I'm sort of adopting your vibing style, voice. Nice. Monster Doc Directory. Well, I have some good news there, Gremlin. I decided to get a new computer. So that is in the works. That is all I'll say about that. So I might try running Archon again. So that way my computer will no longer explode using that. And then we'll try it again. Okay, I understand. Right. Before I run this all looks good. We did commit this. We're going to leave this one. We're going to test it a bit later. But this task won't modify that file, so we're good. With what tool? I'll just do this command for you. I realize I need to add a few more to that list. We use NeoVim for our documents, and we use GitHub Desktop for our tracking of the diffs and everything you see here. So those are the main tools. So I'll add there. Plus yeah, true. What age did you start learning programming? I started in high school. I was working on Minecraft plugins, but it wasn't super serious, I guess. Sort of just copy pasting code. I mostly learned in college, I would say. Web coding what? I put it here. I'll give a command here as well. Okay, one of these we're trying to figure out the design of this, what this will be. But on this one, we're fixing the currencies. Hey Shri, welcome back. Good to see you guys. Right now you're looking at the app page, but we're actually talking about a different page. It's the Fred data page. That's okay. We're not really too concerned with. I think the currency works in that section, but let's focus on the data collection page. Which roadmap would you give me for start learning? I'd say building projects. It's a great way. Most people that I know that like programming, at least, they started learning with projects. They built some stuff, and they were like, maybe something that they thought would be useful. And then you see if you like it. If you like it, you can kind of dive more. Business value. It's a customizable newsletter. The idea is that there's not really a lot of there's a lot of financial newsletters, but they're not very customized to you. So we put in your preferences, you can add all the things that you care about, and I'll send it to your email, your morning, evening. You got your portfolio tracker, which today we're going to fix it for mobile. I realized last night there's a lot of things we need to add to this. Not need, but it would be nice if people could add options. And I think we even at some point removed the cache button, which is actually pretty important because if you want to add tracking cache here, so we'll fix all that today, hopefully. But I don't think it'll be too involved. Tech stack. I'll put the little command. Why? Because it's a tool that I wanted. I could not find something to. You can also. This is an interesting thing. You can ask a lot of types of questions, generate charts. So this is an example. How does Tesla do when it's down 10% compared to S&P? You can get a nice graph here, how it performed in those scenarios. And you can ask all sorts of questions like this and get different graphs. You can tell it to do different types of graphs. So this one, a lot of times we test bugs, but you'll see you can. I think what I want to do here, I want to have a way to save the conversations that I liked, so I don't always have to find them. Maybe I could is there a pin to conversation? We could add something like this maybe. Not really sure, but like to be able to save the conversation. This is my notes, so it just keeps track of what we're working on throughout the day. Now that one's missing some as well, so I'll go ahead and add to that command. Yeah, so let me attach this for you. It's this page specifically here. Sometimes there's a bug where you can't attach, so I just rely on other ways. This is for the design. I think we might do this, guys, this event timeline. So that'd be like under here. Someone recommended that. That's kind of interesting. Oh yeah, we don't really have a zoom. Let's say we went with the zoom. How would we actually communicate that to the user that if they zoom in, they can see more events? Yeah, hard code's the dollars. I think that's okay, but let's make a new file. I want to make sure one thing though. Do we currently store? You might need to actually look through the database for all of our data sets. Make sure for each of the ones it's possible. For example, World Bank, I'm not sure, they probably don't automatically convert to do they convert to the local currency or are they the dollars? Let's talk about that first. You're making an AI tool, generate UX design, video. Nice, dude. That's cool. Yeah, we worked on a shorts generator. That was pretty fun. The shorts that I put on my channel, that's what we worked on for a little bit. Okay, supposedly this is fixed. Let's maybe try it out. Oh, it's not bad. Just a few things. Make sure so the please ask your question faded in before our message. Also, it attached the image it also attached the image to the question again. So it already sent it, so it shouldn't attach it again. And then there's one other consideration. When we do chat, we need to actually make sure we're passing in the prior chat context, but we never specified we're going to limit it in the prior chat context to one image. So we're not going to pass in every image for the whole conversation. We're just going to limit it to one. So you might need to consider that. I'm just going to test that a little bit. What does the chart say? Because I don't think it will currently pass in the image. Yeah, exactly. Right now, we don't pass in the image at all in when the image is in the prior context. So this is one problem that we need to address. Using Google Anti-Gravity. Anti-Gravity is nice, get some free credits. I haven't tried it in a while because it was slow for, I would say, a week or two. Maybe they have fixed it. They probably, I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Oh, the World Bank is mostly already in USD. That's nice. And the World Bank data set. Yeah, so I suppose we can ignore the World Bank data set. Let's just do it in the countries we brought in. The other ones, Australia, Japan, and I suppose, yeah, we'll build our own little mapper there like you recommended. I think that's okay. Oh, this is kind of cool. The only way that the user will be able to know where the events that are hidden are is if we have some sort of density thing like this. Your fresher coder, I have an idea. I'm building a... yeah, feel free to, if you want. You can go ahead and share your projects on our little community. Maybe ideas. I don't really have any thoughts on what you said there. Not really sure, to be honest. I was thinking, you know, it's kind of nice to get other people's opinions on the project ideas. Okay, this is not bad. It's in a little indicator. I like this one. 1 in 5. Oh no, that is better actually. You combine the two. Yeah, I like your suggestion there. Where would we put it though? Would it always be visible underneath the chart? Can't really see this very well. I'm gonna make it bigger. Am I confident to be able to sell the service? Not really, but we have a bunch of ideas we're going to try. It'll be interesting to see if any of them will work. I don't know what probability I'd give it. I know the probability is low, but we'll get a better idea as we try all these ideas in marketing, etc. A good amount depends on whether we can sell based on the landing page, like they actually convert and try to use it. Not really sure if it resonates with people yet. Mm. But how does option C look with the popover? Are you saying they're going to click on these events? Or are you just going to list all of the events like this? I think it's just saying list the. I kind of like your idea of a list. You just put a sample. Just put, for now, it's just a sample of 3 or 4 items, and then it's like zoom in to see more, something like this. Similar to how you did with the card. Zoom to 6 months to see all, something like this. Okay, let's see if the currency bug is fixed. So I'll go to Singapore. Annual SGED, cool. This is in trillion yen. So for example, was this actually in the data set that it's in trillion yen? I'm just making sure. I do have one question about this though. When the user is doing chart generation, in this case, if they're doing a follow-up question on the chart generation, then we likely wouldn't pass in the image. So there is a little bit, do you understand what I'm saying here? Oh, cool. Now we got the right symbol here. What about this one here? Yeah, exactly. Like we already have all the metadata for the chart available. So it's like we don't have to pass in the image. The reason why we pass in the image in the other case is because we don't have any metadata on the image. Let's maybe think about, I don't want to have kind of just weird edge cases here. Is there any way we could simplify what we're doing? I guess we could generate metadata for the image, but I'd rather not. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think for now we'll just keep it chronological. We don't need to sort them by importance. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this. I think that makes sense. Oh, cool. Should I'm noticing none of the values have commas. Let's go ahead and start adding these to all the data. Using railway. Gets pretty slow. I would recommend like the fastest if you're trying to, it depends what you're trying to do, but probably like EC2 on AWS, something like this. Not super expensive in the beginning. You can scale as much as you want. Right now, I just use Google Cloud. I have a cloud function. That's what I would say. Because I was using render at first as well, very slow. Because it does this like cold start thing every time you make a request, and yeah. I think probably no legend this time, because if we're having these cluster markers, it's kind of, you could have potentially a lot of different ones in the cluster. Yeah. But, you know, when you're initially testing, I always just stick with the free stuff, and then eventually. Cool. Great, they all have commas now. That is a good change. I'll just commit that. That's a little wacky. Let me think. What's a better way? I don't really like this either. I think we will just make this an edge case, because there's two scenarios. Either we have metadata on the image or we don't, and then we pass the image in. Those are the two cases. If we have metadata on the image, then we don't need to send it. If we don't have metadata, then we do send it. And we just send one, not everything in the conversation. Does that make sense? I think that's kind of how we'll do it. Because the idea is we don't need to send this image since we have all the data already about it. But if someone passes in a new image, then we don't necessarily have everything that the AI needs to know to answer the user's questions. So then we do want to send it to the AI in this case. Yeah, that makes sense, Gremlin. I think the only reason I'm putting like AI portfolio insights is just because just the transparency of like, this is a financial a newsletter, so I want them to know that it's AI. It's just as a better like transparency. But if it's another kind of app, you're right. It's like maybe you don't need that. Okay, so it says it already does what I just said, so that's good. Let me check. I'll send something. The please ask your question comes up a little too soon, so give it just an extra few hundred milliseconds. Excuse me. I would like to fix the fading in of the text. That'd be really great. Cool. That's pretty good though. So now if I go to the today's brief, I click on one of these. I guess we had none these days. I'm going to ask some questions that the user might ask to see what it says. That's pretty good. Oh, this is really good, actually. This chart represents a historical statistical observation, not a predictive certainty or a signal. Here's how to interpret it. Small sample size. What is this chart useful for? Yeah, it serves as a starting point for developing and refining market hypotheses. Cool. Hey, how's it going, Loco? Use cash? Yeah, we have some caches. Hold on, I'm gonna go blow my nose. I'll be right back. Cool. I'm back. I haven't bought it yet, but I have a plan on what I'm going to do there. We'll figure it out. I'll let you know. Okay, so ask my question. This chart looks weird. Is this right? So I'm pretending to be a user. I don't think this chart is right, actually, because it seems a little strange. Why is there little points like way out there? I noticed it says like sometimes that there was a point of like it returned 80% in a month. I don't think that ever happened. So I think something is wacky. Can you check? So one thing we should do is in the today's brief, we've added this now, but it's going to save the metadata about how it made this chart too. Right now it doesn't have it for these ones yet because these were on Saturday before we made the change. I should know. I'm doing fine. I don't want people to think this is like a do or die situation going on here. So I don't want to mislead anybody, So I have a fair bit of runway, as I'm saying. So I just don't want to mislead anyone. If anyone thinks I'm like on the edge financially or something. So yeah, just saying that. Okay, so you're correct in noticing that the chart indicates an extreme positive return. This bar is very low, appearing to be just 1. Yes. No, I mean, I don't think this is real though, right? Okay, it's just I like how Prism Research doesn't want to tell me the data is wrong, but yeah. Oh, Gremlin's not an idiot. What are we talking about? What are the issues? Sprint. Am I sick? Maybe like very minorly because I've had a nose thing for a while, but overall I feel fine. Anyways, what are the issues? I think the main here's I kind of thought about it yesterday. What is the main barrier that like would make someone not like it? I think if they use the portfolio tracker, they might be a little disappointed that they can't add all of the types of things. They can only add stocks, but they can't add options and cash. Well, that's a simple one we'll add. So we'll fix that. We'll fix it on mobile. Right now, if you load this site on mobile, it's the navigation is pretty wacky. And a few other kind of just usability things, like this is really weird on mobile. So we'll do that today, I think. And then I want to fix some of these bugs. We're getting there though. And then we'll do like a closed beta. Have you thought about, and yeah, definitely. Plaid would be a really great idea. Yeah, exactly. We'll do a little closed beta. Probably I kind of want to do it by day 30, but I don't want to commit to it just in case, because it's hard to estimate. But ideally, yeah, by day 30, then it opens closed beta. It's like, I feel like that's very, it's a round number. So cool. I think Plaid's a great idea. So we definitely will. Just not in the beginning, I think. At least one occasion with the SP. Wait, did this really happen though? I'm gonna plug this into AI because I'm confused. I'll put it here. Oh. Plaid requires 1K minimum. Oh, that's weird. When I looked it up, I didn't. I saw that. Let me check the prices again. For some reason, when I did my research last time, I did not conclude it was too bad. So the cost for connecting Plaid to my service. Can you tell me about laid out as far as like the first 10 users, 100 users, 1,000 users? What are the costs? Let's assume each user attaches an average of one brokerage. $0.30 per connection per month. They require a minimum per month. I see. Ah, interesting. Well, in that case, it's probably going to be a while then before we add it. We would have to get a lot of customers to justify that. If it is 1,000 a minimum a month. I wonder, so they don't have any startup discounts. Oh well, it is what it is. It's not a requirement. It's nice to have though. I'll just put this over here. Take a look at this. There's this like one point that says 80% in 1 month, but I don't think that ever happens. The SP, right? So something's is wrong with the data. And the way we debug this is we have the script saved in the database, so I'll just go grab it. That is the startup discount. Ooh, rough. It might be a good idea to ask a new instance to crawl the app. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I agree. We should do that after we fix our known bugs. Then we will build a little script. Yeah. So Cloud agrees with me. There's something wrong. So this is definitely why we need the metadata in the chart, right? Because without that, if the user starts asking questions, the LLM's going to just assume that the chart is right. Whereas if it has the metadata, it can be like, hey, that seems a little strange. Because it can, in the metadata, it has the years. So the user will ask, what year did this happen? And the LLM will be like, well, it'll either tell us a year that doesn't make sense, or it will say there is none. Rebuilding, it's like I'm gonna put this little command in. It's like a investor newsletter. Sector data not available. Right, because it was Saturday, I suppose. Let me go grab the script that made that one. So it's on Saturday. This is one here. This is the 27th. Okay, so here is the scripts that made this chart. Let's try to identify what happened. One moment, sorry guys, I'm gonna grab a. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So it made its own little script to test this idea. It's going to see what the difference is. When is this triggered? Is this only? How do you make sure it's only triggered with the Ask AI button? Oh, it implemented this. Oh no, it just changed the doc. That's a cool. I like that. Should probably say chart question or something. Yeah, this is helpful. Hey, saw, dude. Huh, interesting. Well, this is very interesting. I don't think it's bad. It's definitely not bad refinements data. Wait, did you run your script on our Firebase data? Maybe it is. I want you to run in our Firebase data. You can use the credentials in the project. It's just set the environment variable to the same things that you see. I think I've said to go implement it twice. Keeps asking to start. So can you find with the, right now we have this like fade in per sentence, something like this. Can you find where this is in the chats? Now, the main issue with this is, so it's loading in a lot of sentences at the same time. We really wanted it to be top to bottom. I understand that this is kind of challenging. It's when it's loading in. I mean, there's two components, right? You have the markdown, you have the format, and then you have to somehow have all the other sentences be waiting on the prior sentence. So it's a little tricky, but do you think, can you give me some ideas how we can go about this? So we had troubles with this before. I was kind of thinking I'm going to try ultra think. This would be a good test because we work on this, I think, for like an hour. So maybe if ultra think can get this, I could have some opinions about it that are positive. It is a pretty tricky rendering thing. Wow, that's amazing. Wow, wait, that means this is real? This chart is real. So there actually was a time in 1932 where the S&P went up 66% in a month. That's insane. Can you double check that though? That's pretty crazy. Is this just double check online too, just make sure our data set isn't wrong. It's right, I'm sure. That's really strange. I never I never knew that. But let's go. We'll add the metadata, and then the user will to these type. Now it already is. So now the user can ask, "Hey, what year did that happen?" Okay. So why it's tricky? Markdown processing, streaming chunks, nested structure. Yeah, definitely. A lot of stuff going on. Add paragraph pauses. A sentence queue system, yeah. That's probably how you would do it. I kind of want to do, well, let's try approach one, I suppose. So make it really high, the pause in between paragraphs. Make it like 2 seconds, and we're just going to make sure that works. Got to check the answer. Okay, seems fine. Excuse me. Sorry for making you guys listen to my snizzling, sneezing. So July to August was one of the most extremes. Okay, so seems legit. Cool. Now, 1 second here. Okay. What is RTX? Oh, it's making changes. Cool. Yeah, these work pretty well. Is this true? So basically, if the market is flat, chances are the next day will be flat too. Oh, I see. Because the historical average 1 day return is so low that it's just going to be 0.0. Even though the historical is up, it's just like it's actually 0.01 or something. I think we already talked about that, but that makes sense. Okay, so we got our chart events. Take a look. Nice. Okay. But we have no zoom yet, so. Needs to group them more together. You need to be a lot more aggressive with the grouping. It needs to depend on the, actually the chart length. It's a little bit complex because you need to consider how long the chart's history is, as well as what time frame the user selected to figure out how to group it. How are you gonna do this? Little tricky. Okay, so it says it added this. Let's try it. I think I forgot in the implementation to put in ultrathink. Yeah, that didn't work. Okay, so that didn't work. We're gonna shift to approach 2. Approach 2 is the queue idea. We're gonna create a new file for this. So it's option 2. Before you begin, go ahead and repeat back to me and create a document as well on what we're gonna do. You're also gonna undo those last changes you just did. Okay, let's start working on the portfolio stuff. So in the portfolio page, we're going to, I think we have a separate page for the mobile. Can you double check what we've done for this? Regardless, we're going to do a kind of a revamp here, what this looks like. Not totally change it, but we just need to keep all the same components, but just put them in the right positions. Like for example, it should have the amount at the top. Then it should be the graph, and then under that should be the positions and add positions and those sorts of things. I think we removed the export to Excel on mobile. Time periods, you keep that. Everything else seems fine. Yeah, exactly. I think that makes a lot of sense. For the portfolio page, we need to have it so they can add cash. First of all, check if they can currently. I'm not even sure about that. So check before you continue. Okay, let me fix this here. I don't actually see the button for cache. Can you go ahead and let me take a look. I think we might have done this, in which case, okay, no, we didn't. Can you take a look at this screenshot here? This makes a lot of sense. Let's go ahead and do it. Ultra, oh, I don't want to attach ultrathink. Oh my god, that really is ultra. What is that? Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so add this, the cache thing, and then we're going to investigate adding options. There's a lot to think about there, though, so maybe, yeah, it might take a little bit. For commercial, if you use Options pricing, that's a whole nother thing, right? Like options pricing data. Who sells this data? It probably doesn't come from like Polygon, IO, and these other ones, right? That's a lot of money. Yeah, it's not mine. This is I'm just testing the portfolio. Mm. Yeah, very expensive options feeds. Yeah, we probably don't do it then. January 2016. I think I see what's happening. When there's a lot of lines, it doesn't render. Like a lot of lines right next to each other, then it won't render. It should just render one line though. So currently, when you are going through the chart, you have a hidden events. Oh, it's more than that. Hey, Mr. Probably soon, yes. But there's some things I want to fix first, and then we will launch it as a closed beta. Hidden events. So as we're hovering over the chart, we see the events as we're going through it. But one issue is the render. There's two issues. One is rendering of the lines. A lot of times it's not rendering the line, I think, when there's lots of events right next to each other. The behavior is here is, and I can see that you've successfully aggregated the events, is like on the display. If there's 30 events right next to each other, it's one line. You hover over it, it's going to have that card where it's going to give you the preview and tell you how many more, and it will tell you need to zoom in to see the additional lines, or see all the events and where they happened. So before you begin, go ahead and repeat back to me. Okay, this will be interesting. We tried the ultra think. We'll see if this worked. I'm gonna try just talking though. Try it with this one. This. I can see it's definitely doing some sort of queue. Interesting. I think it might be getting confused with the reasoning part versus the. Let me see if I can trigger just the without the reasoning. I might get rid of the reasoning. I don't think it's that useful. I'm not sure yet. Or at least maybe style it differently. Yeah, very buggy. So definitely some are rendering ahead, and once it's totally finished, then it just skips and renders. My guess is something to do with like components re-rendering based on completion, these kinds of things. Do you have any idea? I'll send you a screenshot, kind of how it looks. Okay, I couldn't capture a screenshot. It actually worked the whole time there, except at the very end when it re-rendered. Seems like there's two problems. Every once in a while, it skips ahead is number one. I notice it seems to happen in maybe the markdown sections. And then number two is that once it finishes, I assume that's when we've completed getting everything from the AI, it re-renders and then skips ahead and just renders everything. So that's kind of the two situations. Oh, we're ultra thinking right now, so let me put on ultra think. Yes, exactly. Hmm. Okay, do you see the problem with what I've shown you here? Go ahead and repeat back to me what the problem is. Okay, also number two. Let me test something. Oh, I see. I'm realizing something, which is that, hey, Mookie, when I'm in this format, right? Oh, this is wacky. Okay, I'm starting to understand what's going on. When I'm in this format, I'm not actually on the mobile version. This is still the desktop version. It's just like, this is what the desktop version looks all scrunched up. This is the mobile version. We still need to fix things here too, but I actually noticed that the screenshot that I sent you here, this is the web version when you scrunch it up. So that's kind of the situation we're fixing actually. So it's not even the... I think what I'm going to do is check out this file just to see what it looked like before. Oops, actually don't want to start cloud. Muscle memory. So it gets dash push, and then it's the file name, the file path. Okay, cool. Let's see what it looks like before those changes. Okay, great. So this is the mobile version. Looks pretty good. Except the graph. Never mind. Can't see the graph. Important to fix that. But I'm going to keep those the changes that it made stashed because it actually is better here. Repeat back to me before you start. Yeah, and also there's some other UI elements that are wrong. You see what I'm talking about? The statistics are over the graph, the news over the graph, things like this. Yes. Yes, exactly. Go ahead and try to fix this. Whatever you do, we're going to try to make this work for both, you know, the wide desktop view and the shrinked view here. Add a new button. Let me check that. Hey. Facebook. So I go here. Oh, right, plus cash. Okay. How does that work exactly? Okay. It's a little confusing. So if someone clicks plus cash, it should change a few things just to make it a little more clear. What buttons am I pressing? So I turn on the events. Oh, nice. Perfect. Almost perfect. So you guys see what I'm talking about here? I don't know if you guys can see it actually. But I'm going to do a longer range chart. Yeah, let's look at this one. We have to fix some of these others that show up. US-Soviet nuclear standoff. Interesting. Vietnam War escalation begins. Yeah, a lot of them are not rendering as lines. 9 events, 1970. Vietnam tightening, credit crunch, inflation fight 1. Zoom in. All right, this is going to be cool. We're going to have the best. Fed Data Explorer that I've ever seen anyway, at the end of the day. All right. So right now, the current issue is that we aren't rendering all the lines. So I'll show you an example. I'll send you a screenshot. So we do render some lines. So it's a little bit, I can't actually tell why we're rendering some and not others on the graph. As I'm scrolling through and like putting my mouse over the graph, it'll come up as the pop-up, but just there's no line. So I can't actually see it until I hover over the time period. Hey, SG707, welcome back. Oh, I see. Oh, what about this one? See, there's no line here either. Okay, maybe the guys, it works. Yes. Hell yeah. That's cool. Let me try with the thinking. Okay. Ah, okay, the thinking. Oh, it might just be because it rendered quickly. Let's try this one. Not bad. But it did skip ahead a little bit. I don't know if it's creating separate queues for, it seems like it's creating separate queues for the view reasoning and the, I'm gonna commit that. That's much better than it was. Oh yeah, don't commit this either. I think it's just these two. So ultra think, it got us there. Okay, the next thing with the chat, let's go ahead and just keep the view reasoning minimized by default. If user wants to look at that, they can. But so even when it's running, it's just going to be a minimized accordion that they can open. But we're just not going to display it to the user unless they open it. It's debatable. Some people might say that it's nice feedback, but I think it also can kind of confuse the user a little bit if they're not really familiar with how these models work. Oh, and there's another change, which is that it should only do this when it's when we're rendering it the first time. Oh, fantastic. It fixed the scrunched up view. Just accidentally did something weird. But I think it's still working on it, so. Ah, close. Okay, one other thing. So this block queue rendering thing, it should only run when we're actually when the user sent a message and we're receiving a stream back from the LLM. But when the user clicks a chat and we already have everything rendered, then we don't run this. It's just gonna fade in the text because we already have saved this information, so it doesn't need to run through the whole thing. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because it's like this typing thing. Go ahead and repeat what I'm trying to tell you before beginning. Yeah, it's great. I can maybe type a little faster, but it's pretty good. Yes, exactly. Nice. I noticed it's not counting the recessions as events, which is something it should do. Okay, I see one problem. It looks like these recessions, like a lot of the ones that are recessions, those are the ones that don't have the lines. Are you treating these as separate things, like not as events? Is that what's going on here? Can you just double check with me before you begin? Oh. Hey, Dev Triox, how's it going? Nice, pretty close. So for this scrunched up view, it just needs to put this add position down and a few other changes, and then we're pretty good. Yeah, sometimes I wonder. I think most people just have it on the other monitor. Maybe listen to the music. Like some people work on their own projects. Oh, I think there's some music. Maybe it's not very loud. Might turn it up a little bit. Oh, thanks, man. So the this add position button, you see what's wrong with it? Go ahead and repeat back to me what's wrong with it first before you begin. Nice, that's perfect. This is really good. So I'll show you what we just added. So now when it animates, it's going to do a nice little animation. And when it loads. Ideally, we load in the markdown stuff the same way. Maybe we could add that to the queue. You sell websites to small businesses. Nice. Cool. What kind of websites? Okay, I'm gonna commit that. Hey, Gachaya. It's like an investor newsletter. It's very customizable. You can get a bunch of graphs and data. We've brought in a lot of data. You can make your own graphs. This is mostly for people who have their portfolios and they want to answer questions about maybe the economy or how their portfolio is doing. We give them every day some information that they might care about. So for example, I'll show you the Saturday one. Normally it wouldn't run on Saturday, but we give them a bunch of charts that we generate every day. And if they have any questions about what these mean, they can go into the AI and ask their questions. Yeah, I'm realizing maybe we should just have this explain what it is, because that's probably the reason why they clicked it. But anyways, so what is this? You sell simple HTML, CSS, and JS websites. No backend. Nice. Huh. There you go. That works. Yes, go ahead and do this. There are some, but there are a lot of others that aren't. I'll show you what I mean. Oh yeah. What it's doing, it's misclassifying some of these as recessions. So Martin Luther King assassinated recession. That's definitely not the right headline for that. I think you can't post links in the YouTube. It doesn't allow you. Feel free to post a video in the Discord though. I'll take a look. Just a little recording. You clicking through it or something. I think a few things. Well, first off, do you see what's wrong here? Go ahead and list the few things that are wrong. The reason I do that is it's kind of like it's making its own little prompt. Because like I can say it, or I can just have it say what's clearly wrong, and then just send it again. So I feel like that works better. So the clusters are rendering because it set the amount of events that it says 6 are rendering for each line. But take a look at this. Yeah, feel free. Yeah, send me some of maybe some past Discord that you worked on or something. Because we definitely will eventually need some people to watch that. Okay, I'm looking at the site now. Yeah, pretty cool. Classic cotton t-shirt. So they just ask for the UI. Yeah, every morning and evening we send a little newsletter with some cool charts and data, some news, um, specific news about their positions and things like this. Give them a little AI analysis maybe. And we give them the calendar. Important events coming up for them. Past Discord servers. Sure. Yeah, a friend request you. The clusters might be too wide or something. Yeah, I think I see a problem. You see what's wrong with this? Go ahead and repeat back to me what you believe is wrong. Yeah, so export button should be removed. Let's go ahead and remove those things at the bottom portfolio, those lines, SMP, that basically that legend there. We're not going to have that on mobile. You see that the labels are kind of all scrunched up together for the graph, like December 24th, I mean December 2024, etc. And that's it. Test. Looks like the music stopped. Okay, I guess I'm playing Suno. Oh yeah, that's okay. I think mainly we're looking for eventually one day we'll add more like mods and stuff. That's kind of the idea. But right now it's not really strictly necessary because there's just not a lot of people using it. But hold on 1 second here. Anyways, I think yeah, basically, like if you're interested, definitely keep if you want to keep like chatting in the community and everything, and then eventually when we do add mods, like I don't know, once the Discord is like bigger, then we might add a few. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, just kind of keep in touch, have maybe be in the community, and then I think as far as looks goes, I think I'm okay with it. I'm gonna add a few more things though, like the welcomer, some welcomer stuff, the rules, and then I'm gonna play around with my my bot a little bit that I'm working on, and we'll see how it goes. That's basically kind of the plan, I guess. If that makes sense. But yeah, if you're interested, definitely that's cool. Okay. So export button. Well, I guess actually we're not removing any of these, but we do want to change the position of the, like the add position should be farther down so it doesn't scrunch up, because we're still on desktop in the screenshot that I sent you. Let me just make sure everything still looks good this way. Okay, good. Nice, perfect. Yeah, that's pretty good. There's a few problems still, but it's overall not bad. No one's gonna really do this very often. I mean, they might do this, I suppose. So this is the mobile. Yeah, that's good enough for now, I think. Oh, thanks, man. I definitely need the... No, I won't forget. It's not gonna get that big that quick. Carl bought... Let me look. What does it do? Oh, it's got some mods and some moderation kind of thing. Drama channel. Highlight new members joining. Manage roles. Oh, yeah, sounds pretty good. We added an arcane, I think. The hustle, man. I respect it. He's starting to hustle in the chat. get some business. So that's a W. Anyways, I think it's better. But still a little strange for sure. Let's make it even closer. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, you got it. Hey Kai. You guys pretty great. Oh, thanks, man. Go. Nice to meet you. See you later. Oh, gotcha. I respect you. You're starting early. That's good. That's fun. All right, I think I'm gonna go grab a coffee. I'll be right back, guys. Give me a couple minutes. Oh, I'm back. This is very confusing looking chart going on. We're getting there though. I drink probably 500 milligrams, sometimes 600 milligrams of caffeine a day. Luckily, I'm a pretty big dude, so I think it helps a little bit. But with that said, I probably am drinking too much coffee. You're right. But what I could do is maybe switch to a single shot. That'll be better. Anyways. So this situation, here's what I think is going on, right? Like, we need to simplify a little bit how we're doing this. I think the problem number one is what you're doing for getting the line location for the rendering. That's making it so it's not rendering on the chart. I think you don't need to do this like median between all the points thing that you're doing, because that's what's causing some not to render, I'm pretty sure. Number two, I've noticed like a lot of the recession areas aren't highlighted. So that's a second bug that we need to evaluate. I think what we should do is make a plan here. So we're going to create a doc. I want you to reevaluate how we've done the rendering for the chart. Since it seems to have quite a number of problems. The events look good, like the grouped events, that logic is right. It's just the actual rendering on the chart that we're having a little bit. I like the popovers, those are good. Just the lines, it's the main issues. So create a doc, put it in docs, data feeds docs / chart lines UI bug. I don't know what VC is. Oh, was that voice chat? That's okay. I think we don't need. Okay, let me check this. Okay, let's fix the mobile here. So you can see in this screenshot here, first repeat the problem back to me. This is just to make sure it sees the issue. Yeah, so recharts requires exact date matching with the chart data points. Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, okay, so that's the first bug, but I want you to create a doc for the rest of the problems. This isn't the only bug. Another bug is that not all the recessions are putting the highlighted section. All right, cool. Oh, that makes sense. That's the same. All right, go ahead and yeah, try to fix it. I noticed we have this like view reasoning and search the web. I want to reevaluate. We've got two default LLMs, and one of them is the view reasoning search the web default LLM, and it's getting to the point that we might not need this one anymore. Or at least we need to reconsider when we start using it. So let's, can you give me a little file of how this currently works? Put it in. Yeah, exactly. You got it. I think maybe the problem is this. I'm kind of realizing every chart has different points, right? Is this the issue? When you're doing the snap to chart, it needs to have the exact point. It needs to be on the exact data point, right? These lines for this, for recharts to work, right? Cool. Sounds good. When the user clicks to add cache, we want to make it a little more clear. Do you understand what I'm saying? Repeat back to me before you begin. Let's just make this a one-click deal. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's the recession part I'll show you. I'll just open it this way. Oh, it's not this one, actually. Put it in the front end for some reason. Yeah, that's right. So something I'm wondering is like when I chat in an existing chat and it goes to the thinking streaming web search path, is actually passing in the prior context of the conversation. No, this isn't actually the issue. It's just not highlighting in the graph. So it's like I have to actually hover over it and then it will show in that area. They're all missing here too. Do you see what I mean? Seems like the lines mostly work. But I bet it's the same bug related to like not being able to snap to the data points. What other ways can we get past this? I don't want this to be too crazy. Changing the music. Oh no, Lofi Girl changed to Christmas. Do not want Christmas. Oh well. Wait, is there another one? Oh, good. There's another one. It's a little weird. Use timestamps. That makes sense. Wait, do you think is the main issue related to us not matching the strings exactly? Is that what's going on here? Like, does every data set have slightly different strings for the date? For anyone who joined, what we're working on is we're adding events to these charts. But there's a little bit of we have to add some snapping because in order for us to render it with the recharts library, these lines, it has to match exactly where the data points are, these lines. So we can't, we have to do a little bit of snapping to the right data point, if that makes sense. Can't be in between, otherwise it won't render. Oh, great. I don't really think we need this separate flow here. I think the only reason we would, I think for now what you're going to do, let me read this real quick. Sure. Will do, man. Okay, so what's S&M? Wait, look. I haven't seen that acronym. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, so I was reading this stream chat message content. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. This is a really useful chart. All right, 1 second. Yeah, I think what we're going to do is disable this streaming web search one for now. We'll keep it in the code for later, but it's just not going to be part of the flow. We just don't really need it. Maybe the user will eventually have like a toggle or something, but yeah. I had my fair share of that. When I was younger, I remember I'd go on Xbox Live as like Halo 2 or something, and I'd purposefully join like, I wanted to be with the older people. So I would join these lobbies, and then I would be my my like 12-year-old self around them, and then he'd kick me from the lobby. Yeah. Okay, that seems promising. It is disabled. I will look at it. Nice. That's good. I think it's better. This is kind of, I don't know, it looks a little messy to me. Doesn't be reasoning, that kind of thing. Oh yeah. Yeah, I definitely did that. Someone actually in the Discord, they made this little cool, I haven't tried it, but some sort of, you can create a virtual LAN over the internet. So like maybe like a Minecraft LAN or something. Maybe, I wonder if you could do that with Halo. Like Halo 1. Oh no, you could just use the anniversary. That's right. That's right. That's why that exists. Hey Kai, did you play, were you a Halo person or Call of Duty back in the day? I was probably more Halo, I would say. Okay, I need to focus. But this is good to commit, because I think it looks a little better. I got a few things in the pipeline here. Yeah, Halo 3, dude. Yeah, play a lot of that. Lone Wolves. That's how I played. Oh yeah, I remember that. Is that one in the last mission? You get the grunt and the lead or something. Or no, it's the grunt sitting there talking. But Halo 2 had like a lot more Easter eggs, I feel like. And like crazy jumps. All sorts of weird bugs. Yeah. I never would have thought, but I feel like definitely games were way better then. I don't know. It's hard to know whether it's just nostalgia, but I'm pretty sure they're like I feel like Halo 3 especially held up really well. Whenever I play it, I'm like, that's actually it looks pretty good still. Maybe not the cinematics and the missions, but like the actual game looks pretty good. Oh, nice. Good. Fantastic. Okay. This is way better. However, I'm not sure why some, like, the idea is like you cluster it by a certain amount of time, and then it moves on to the next cluster or whatever. Where's the recession stuff, though? Yeah, still a little weird. Let's look at some of the others. Yeah, not quite. Dude, yes, I agree. The PSP was the shit. There's this one game I played. It's like the Legends of something. Legend of Heroes. Did you play this game? Let me pull it up here. PSP. This one. It's pretty good. And some others. I actually dropped my PSP, I remember, in the water. That was the end of that. I did not get another. Play a lot of football. Nice. Right, so there is something to be said about having the physical thing. Like, not only can you sell it, it's just a lot more experience. You have a collection. You're collecting. PES 2009. Let me look that up. I don't think I played that. Oh, nice. Yeah, like a FIFA precursor. I definitely played a lot of the football, and I played NCAA. Let me look up. I think it was 11 or 12. I think it was 11. Yeah, one of these. They kind of look the same. But yeah, one of these. No freedom forever. That's sad. Sad thought. Okay. Did you play the OG Medal of Honor? I did play a little bit. I think it wasn't my favorite game though. I played the original. It was Call of Duty 3. That's like the first one that I. Because the Halo was the first, and that one I played too. Wait, now that I think about it, original Medal of Honor. There's this one that I remember. It was like it's like a bunch of stars. Like you got stars for each mission or something. But it wasn't Medal of Honor. Some other one. IKE5. Look that up. When I looked up IKE5, I got Mike and Ike's. Oh, found it. This one. I don't know this. Oh. I don't know. Were you talking about this? I've seen it on Smash Bros. But I don't know what it is. So this is the current issue with the events. Is there any way we can add some logs to try to understand why it's not rendering anything on the actual chart itself? I'm actually debating, maybe, is there any other option besides, if we cannot solve this with recharts, I'm open to switching to another chart library. But I just want to give this a full shot first. Battlefield 4. Yeah, that was the shit. That was the what was the original? Cursor to Battlefield 4. Or Battlefield 3. Oh yeah, Battlefield Bad Company 2. That's right. That one was pretty fun. This one. This is the one I started playing. It was fun. $5 milliliters. Don't say hardline. No. Okay, so what's the problem here? So I add some logging. This is going to help us. There must be some other issue besides the snapping stuff. I'm going to do this like this, open some of these. I guess we should open the one that is failing. Oh, I'll just paste them all. Could you find it with these logs, or do you need more? Battlefield Hardline. Let me see. I don't know if I played that one. Oh no, I actually didn't play this one. When did it come out? 2015. Gotcha. Yeah, I think I was done with these by then. It's weird. I don't even remember this one. Like, I don't remember the cover art or anything. So I must have just totally skipped it. Oh, there we go. It's rendering more things, so that's kind of a good sign. I mean, logging more things. Oh, it came with your PS4. Yeah, in high school I got really into League. That was kind of what I played. So take a look at these logs and look at this screenshot. RuneScape on the proxy. Yeah, played a little bit of that. When did you do it? Did you guys have like a computer class? We had like this tech ed class, and we kind of would sneak out and just go to the computer room. It's kind of funny. We all had like the same. I mean, a lot of people have the same experiences here. It seems like, yeah. ICT lesson. That's probably the same thing. Yeah, exactly. The introduction to that class is you just like, they make you make paper cars, and whoever's the fastest paper car. It's like, it's pretty fun. Laptop tray that would come to the classes. Gotcha. Wait, low key, if you make like a class, it'd be kind of fun to see if you had like a class of, like a bunch of like really creative people. What are they gonna make? Some of this, like if you have like 50 people, someone's gonna make like something really cool, something like crazy visual or something. This kind of process, I guess. You have to give them enough time though. But it could be kind of fun. Oh, I see. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, go ahead and look in the backend then. What happened to our data? How come we don't have an end date? So it sounds like our events, we didn't actually populate everything that we need to. So you need to double check that. So the reason why we weren't able to get this to work, we had an idea about what the problem was, but the actual problem was the data itself. So this just shows the importance of adding logs so we can figure out that that's the problem. It's not like data that we're getting, but it's data that we're building for each country, the events that happened historically. Hackathon. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, oh, exactly. A hackathon. That's what that is, I suppose. It's not really a class. I reinvented a hackathon. Okay, next thing. It's either this or add a search. I mean, we already added in the search for here. We might as well put it in the research area. We added like the fuzzy search thing. You go ahead and add search. So the same search that we have for in the data page. We're going to go ahead and add it to the research page, so they should be able to search through their chats and just take into account the content of the chat and the title. They could search for either, and we're just going to use the same library and everything. But before we begin, will this be fine for right now? We have a max of 1,000 conversations, so you can imagine probably like 10 paragraphs of text for each on average, and think of how long it might take for us to search, and let me know. Come back. Yeah, this is actually fine. So it's fixing the data. That's awesome. Put this over here. All right, I wanted to make it so you see, if we run this, Actually, I'm going to test something new. I keep testing the same thing. I want to test something different. What has happened? Okay, rendered, but it kind of, I have a feeling that's related to what we did for the animations, but it looks pretty good. Cool. So now I'm going to ask some follow-up questions to make sure our metadata is working. Oh, that's great. So let's try some of these questions. So I'm not sure what type of chart I'll make for this. So it's the same bug here. I'm going to copy the logs and so let's see if that answered our question. How did the broader market perform during these same periods following a 40% drop in meta? 8 occurrences of this happening. Okay, I see. It's a whole different question. Hmm. I'm checking if it can see the image. It should be able. Hmm. Something happened where you're here when it didn't pass the image, I think. Oh, I think I know why. We need to attach more metadata to the image because right now we're not passing in the image. We're only passing in like what years it chose, but we didn't actually pass in the data of the graph. So it's actually misinterpreting the graph. So let's add that. Oops. How to redo in Neobit. Control R. Nice. Okay. Add. Chart gen image doesn't have enough metadata. So sometimes the LLM misinterprets the chart. Yeah. One thing you could test, so there was a period in time where people would use meta. It's kind of like as the short to go too short for QQQ, kind of like the hedge. So you could test like during the period of 2022 to 2024, how did meta perform when QQQ 3% in next 3 month, 6 month, 9 month. Oh yeah, and then the bug where it's not Manu's AI just joined with Meta. Is that getting the Chinese agents? Interesting. I did not see that. Let me look it up. Oh, that happened 1 hour ago. Nice. Medits acquired Chinese startup. Interesting. Yeah, they are a bit behind. Overall, though, I'm pretty happy with this. It's really feeling like a research tool I can use now. There's just a few things, but like I can actually kind of just ask questions, look at charts. Okay, let me see if it worked. Not too many bugs either. Like usually works to make the chart. Oh, right as I say it. What happened here? Chart generation turned none for type bar. I think it may be. Let's see what it do there. Can you see what happened here? This is the error I got. Can you explain a little bit more about this? Like, so you're saying like we misclassified a lot of the recession, the stuff as recessions when they're not, and was a second bug that we didn't actually populate the end date? Was it both of those things? Hey, see you, Shri. Can you explain a little bit more? What happened here? Why we did not choose one of the available chart types? Oh, here it is. Okay, great. So we do need to restart this here for this to take effect to clear the cache. Oh, very nice. Okay, this is the simple one. That's okay. Pretty good. Let's look at the more complicated one. A little weird. I think this is supposed to be, these ones are supposed to be the recession, but there's a little too much going on. I think these, I think what we will want to do is just kind of take away some of the things that we're displaying here. Hey, Anarchy. Catch you tomorrow on Shit On. Nice. Gym day for me is tomorrow. Catch you later. See, is it morning in Europe? Oh, maybe India? Oh yeah, India. Nice. So it looks pretty good on one of these charts. I chose the most complicated chart. You can see here that the let me send you two images. One is like this is what it looks like overall. You can see some of the problems with it. The second image seems like we're making these clusters really large. Like it's like you got 30 events and they span 10 years. So then we highlight 10 years of blue. What I was kind of envisioning though is like the recession, you have the recession highlighted, the recession areas highlighted, and then you have just a line. And if they hover over it, basically says, hey, if you zoom in more, you're going to see more events. In this region. Like, okay, I think basically you've made the clusters way too large, right? That's why you made it a shaded region. You can show lines for a lot of these, right? The clusters are, it's probably just going to be like, even with this historical graph of like 70 years, it's going to be like, most of them will show, but there will be some where there's like too many lines right next to each other. And then that's when you cluster it. And then it's just a line, one line that says, hey, if you zoom in, you can see the rest of the lines, but we're just showing you one line that's aggregated. But you just made the clusters really large and you made a shaded region. So that's kind of the situation. I think that's not bad. I'm going to commit actually because it's getting close to what we're thinking. Let's see here. Oh, thanks for sending that command, Contranom Nims. Oh, South Africa. That's right, South Africa. That's pretty cool, man. In your own time, check out the VLGPA paper on the new vision language model. It moves away from the standard autoregressive token generation. Interesting. What can you do with it, Kai? Is it like, yeah. I'll bookmark it. The old cheap paper. Cool. Oh, shit. That's a lot of lines. See, here's what I was thinking. Like this situation would be one line aggregated. So maybe within a few years, and we do it based on percent. So this is the same deal. A little too close together. So 2 near 79. I'm just going to make sure that works. Nice. Perfect. So this one, it did combine the lines. And then you can zoom in and see it. Fantastic. That's pretty good. Nice. You made it much tighter clustering, which is great. Just make it a little bit more. So instead of you made it 0.5%, just make it like 2%. Just hope no more tokens 2026. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Nice, perfect. So this is Franklin National. That one you can't really read, but that's okay. This gets a little hard to read though still. But that said, cool. I think these should be clustered a little more. So let's go ahead and upgrade to 4%. Make the lines only appear if the period is short enough. Yes, exactly. That's what we're doing in Anarchy actually. See, look, we just made it. So now when you hover over, it's now, this is 2 events in one. And you can, it's going to be a scroll to zoom, which we'll implement next. Once you zoom in, then it will start to uncluster them. And I think it's going to be pretty smooth going. The zoom should be, because we implemented the zoom before, it went pretty quick. So I think that's what we're going to do next. This is looking pretty good. I like it. Still a little maybe overwhelming for the users, so maybe we'll put a little bit of a more higher filter on it by default. So maybe just like we can just start with recession and maybe add financial crisis. Looks like none of these are triggering. Could be because we curated it based on the graph, so maybe we figured these are not part of this graph. But if the user selects it, we should probably. Dyoburon is a wild guy. Attention changing the font for this page. Right now, I believe this font matches our current fonts. I actually never checked. So I will double check. Looks like something happened. Let me look. Because we enabled our scheduler, but it's not supposed to run locally, so it just like crashed. So that's when we deploy it. So we'll fix that. That's going to be for updating some of the data. Actually, it's not for the data. That one's for the brief. We have a Lambda for the data. Okay, anyways. Okay, so just double check the fonts on this page here. Actually, I'm not going to do it in this one. This one, we're just going to... Let's go ahead and implement the zoom on these recharts now. So the idea is as you zoom, it's going to uncluster some of these lines once it reaches the threshold that we set there. Right now, I use the Cloud Code Max subscription. Actually, I'm going to make that another command in Nightbot. Okay, I'm going to test it. Oh, I forgot to put... That's fine. I have to open 6 terminals. Yes, gotta take advantage. Yeah, I think you're right. That one's really outdated. Oh yeah, we were fixing this this bug here. Well, this might be one of those ones that just happens sometimes, you know, to double check. Because this is still probabilistic, some of this chart generation stuff, relying on the Flash model not to do dumb things, but sometimes it does, and it is what it is. So if it happens again, then we know it's probably something related to us. But use the free Grok code model. I haven't used it very much. Oh, sorry, I meant zoom with the scroll wheel. The 100 bucks plan. Okay, so would I make the same decision? I'm not sure. I chose to do the $200 one because every once in a while I'd get frozen for like an hour or two. And given the length of the streams, I tried to use anti-gravity, but it was so slow. So it was kind of like one day I bought the 200 one out of kind of impulse. I was like, eh. Will I stick with it? It's probably not necessary totally, but maybe I will. I'm not sure. The $100 one was pretty damn good for the value. At least it was when we were using it. Like the sheer amount that we were using it for. So let's go ahead and fix that bug where you have to reload. So what this is when we generate the chart, currently I'm like 90% sure it's related to the changes we made for this file. In this file, I'm pretty sure once we introduce this is when it's I have to reload to see the chart. It successfully was created, but then it doesn't load in. Double check, but I'm pretty sure this is the reason. All right, see you later, Kai. Thanks for joining. Basic coding task is pretty good. Excited. Do you say that signing off? That's cool. All right. Use finding credits. Free for hard stuff. Cool. That's awesome. I already did the scroll wheel zoom. Let's try it. Okay. Oh, nice. A little buggy. Let's see if it works with the clustering thing. We just have to disable it for the page when you're doing it on the... Okay, let me disable it for the page as you're... The problem is when you're doing the scrolling on the graph, it starts to scroll the page too. How should we go about this? Should we disable the scrolling, I guess, if it's being active on the graph. Is this change going to be specific for the chart generation? I don't want it to affect other things. Okay, so the way this should work should be based on where I'm pointing. So also the way that it scrolls is it's based on where your cursor is too. So it's like you do a scroll and it's going to zoom in based on where your mouse is pointing. Right now it just kind of zooms towards the center. It's kind of fun though. All right. Nice. Let's see if the unclustering works. I'll go to one that's clustered. So do 65. Nice. Look, it unclustered. Now you have both. Great. That's pretty dope. .com recession. It's maybe a little bit too generous as far as like I should also be able to like click and drag over. Another thing I should be able to drag, it's like if I click and drag, I should be able to move along on the graph because sometimes you might want to zoom in and kind of drag along. Let's add this to our portfolio too, because we just have it here, I guess. Still probably a little overwhelming to the user right now, the amount of stuff that can show. When they click and drag, I want to use that hand cursor because it kind of clears, it kind of indicates the user they can drag when they click. You know what I'm talking about? Hey, Baller. I'll put in this little command here. Hey, thank you. Gotcha. Appreciate that. Excuse me. I actually don't see the grab cursor at all. It could be related to some browser compatibility thing. Like maybe what you did works on Chrome. I think we don't want to always show it. Just when they click, then we turn it to the grab. Why is Burkota posting videos to YouTube? I like coding, actually. It's fun. Maybe that's why. I don't know. Is YouTube really that easy? I don't think so. It's probably pretty hard. Anyways, defaults. Still no, I'm curious. What do you think it is? List 3 reasons. I'm going to enable ultra think. Power up. So I'm curious if I send this to AI, if it's going to send the lines to... Nice, it does. That's cool. All right, there's a bug we should fix there too, where the dots come in before the text bullet points. Yeah, I was an engineer before. I think I made that a command too. Let me look. Oh, yes. Actually, I don't need to say yes, but yes, I was a programmer before. So I do have some background knowledge. I'm just curious, could you do this to make it work? Or is this what you're saying, like the recharts has its own CSS or something that's preventing us from setting the cursor? I don't know exactly how this works. We want it to be a drag. Like this. Oh, it works now. Fantastic. I guess that was the last thing it did. So I just wanted it to be an icon like that. A cursor like this. All right, let me look at some of the other graphs now that we have this event data. So for example, if I go to the housing data, I should see housing related events. Nice, see, look, I have only events related to housing now. The user might have questions though, what this means. User might have a lot of questions actually going through this. So we have to think about that a little bit. But maybe it's off by default. We do not want to overwhelm everyone. Hey Dream, I'm from the US. Thanks, Contronym. Okay, zoom for chart plus grab. All right, now the fun part, for me at least, I want to go to some random country and learn about events that happened in their country and how it related to their charts. So let's go to like some crazy place. Let's go to Tuvalu again, our 10,000 person island. Enable events. All right, so I see a problem, which is that it's putting in events that are US related into Tuvalu. Tuvalu does not care about that. It's not important. Okay, so let's try to figure that out. Did you create Prism? Yeah, that's what I'm working on. It's not deployed yet though. We'll probably put it in closed beta within 3 to 4 days. So in beginning of the next year. It has a lot of data that you can look at and charts you can make, and it gives you a newsletter with some cool data as well. That's topical for the current day, the current time period, based on the events that are happening and what the stock market prices are and stuff like this. And it personalizes it to your portfolio. So you put in your portfolio and you'll get information that you care about, and you can personalize it in the preferences. That's a brief overview of what we're doing here. Hey, Sinner, how's it going? All right, so I switched to the World Bank data. I went to Vulu. Unfortunately, we are displaying the US data, the events in Vulu. I believe that we like made the events specific to each country when we saved it. So I'm curious why it's showing. Can you check if it's just a display issue? It may be just a display issue. So this has 220 countries. You can learn about their population, GDP, and all this stuff. So Venezuela, we can look at their, and the idea here is like if I click events, I'm going to be able to learn about this country, how it relates to this this graph, right? I get like, okay, then maybe this is when the president was ousted or something, and you can go through and learn, just kind of surf the data, and you can save your collections, so you can save it here if you find it interesting. Hey guys, welcome. Hey, thanks, Contronym. I really appreciate you answering some questions there people have. Yeah, so there's a lot of countries here. If you guys are interested in this data set, it's really cool. It's World Bank. It's totally open license. So we just pulled it in yesterday. I didn't know it existed before, but it's got tons of stuff. It's all in US currency. You know, it could be, I noticed no events were pulled in here, so I'm wondering, maybe we didn't create, oh, I know why. Yesterday, when we created our events list, we only did it for these countries. We didn't do it for the World Bank full 220 countries. So let's go ahead and look at Australia and see if this works. Oh, nice, look. So these events are specific to Australia, this iron ore crash, because Australia depends on iron, I suppose. Mining slowdown, or at least maybe they have export iron, I'm not sure. Royal Commission, end of commission, end of hold. So one of the problems with this though is like I don't know what a lot of this stuff means, so I'm not going to learn a whole lot by just zooming in. So I'm going to need a way to explain a bit more. Like I think it should be if the user clicks on it, comes up with a card with more data. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm pretty sure we don't have any. I'm pretty sure we don't have any World Bank data. So let's develop a plan. We're going to create events for all of the countries in that World Bank data. So it's like 220 countries. It's going to be very similar to the script that we made for the other ones. So go ahead and take a look at that. So I'm doing this in this one down here. And over here, we're going to work on trying to add more information. So if I click here, maybe some card, bigger card. So I'll send you a screenshot here. Oh, I noticed one thing. If the point is in between, sometimes if the line is in between, you can't. So I'll fix that too. So when you hover over some of these, you know, I don't know about Australia, so I don't really know what a lot of these things mean. So I'd like to be able to like click and get like a bigger card view with having like all the information. In order to do this though, we're gonna have to actually populate in our event data a description of what it is, a longer form description. I think we may already have it, I don't know. So you need to check that. And let's make a plan for that. I think the UI side's pretty simple though. It's just gonna be like a kind of just bigger card version. We just, the majority of this plan would just be like the storage aspect of whether we stored it or not. Yeah, this guy's on day 70. Do you teach crypto? I don't teach any crypto. What frequency? Actually, this is great. I mean, all of this stuff is very generous. This data here, this is all government data. All of this is open license. Very generous rate limits. I don't recommend really testing that to the limits, just because there's no reason to. But I grabbed all this historical data in one go. No real problem. I'm going to grab it every week and update it. And yeah, so I recommend it if you're interested in building something like this too. It's a pretty great data set. And AI did everything as far as like prepping the data. You know, they're all in different formats. This is the Singapore API, Japan, and in different languages, but AI was able to very cleanly, specifically Cloud Code, was able to very cleanly take it, prep it for use, viewing here, and it was pretty smooth. We did it all yesterday, so I'm really happy with it. I think it's pretty cool. And I'm going to use this to kind of learn stuff, so I'm going to have a lot of fun with it. It doesn't need to pull it live because this data set's only updated, like, depends on the country, but not very often. Once a week, once a month. These are things like unemployment. These aren't stock prices. These are right here, this data set. This is unemployment, these kinds of things. So these reports tend to be once a month, sometimes once a week. Yeah, so these ones I probably don't need to fetch daily. As you can see, like the federal funds, it's a 7-day. For some of them maybe, but I don't think there's very many that update daily. As far as US, I actually don't know any of these that update daily. It's usually every week or sometimes every month. Yeah, it's going to be based on subscription, this app here. We're just going to block off potentially some features, but I think we'll maybe allow the US data to be viewable. Maybe international data is paid. I'm not sure yet. Another strategy is you just make all the data collection free. This is like the free thing that you give to people. And the other stuff, like the research, is where you, like if you want to ask AI, like send it to AI or export it, those would be paid maybe. But if I send it here, this is maybe a paid thing when you start chatting. Yeah, this is cloud. Okay, yeah. Yeah, enter plan mode. Okay, we don't have a description for these, so we'll need to make them. Yeah, exactly. Let's go ahead and we're going to build a little script to populate. I think we already have a script somewhere for creating the events. Go ahead and find that first. I want to find it and then we'll just modify it. It'll just be LLM descriptions, and then we'll validate that they're good. Hey, thanks, Anarchy. We're getting there. Like today, I was really liking. It feels like I'm actually doing good. I can actually do cool research now. Like I can follow up on the charts and I think the next step though, to have people feel like they're being productive, is we're going to give them suggestions on questions to ask next. Give them suggestions on what kinds of maybe charts specific to their portfolio they might want to ask. So when they come in here, it's like here will be like maybe some questions or maybe some under the conversation. That would be, I think, maybe. Because no, it's kind of hard to come up with these questions too. Like, or at least like sometimes if you see it, you know it's a good question that you want to know. And like when you look at other platforms, so if you guys have like your brokerage, you could find this data. But I've tried in a few of them. Like I went in Thinkorswim and I went in some others. And like the experience of viewing them is a little bit, I don't really like it. There's usually a series of menus. And you're like clicking through, but I kind of like folders. I've said that before, but I just like the idea of I'm going through a folder-based system. I can drag it into my collections and save it for later. Because sometimes you forget where to even find the thing that you liked. So you like freaking click through everything, and it's like a series of menus, and you're like, So I think this one's much more intuitive way to view it. What type of market audience are you building the app for? I'd say it's like an intermediate retail investor. It's like the Fin Twitter crowd, bogleheads, people in these kind of communities. Maybe even oh yeah, another community is a fire community. I was gonna say a WSB maybe. Despite, I mean, sometimes there's some smart people in there. It's despite what it seems, I suppose. It's mostly a joke. You know, a lot of times it's just like a joke. But like when you go in the daily comments, there's sometimes some comments that are interesting. What stack are you using? I'll put the command. Let's see, I might not have updated this. Let me see if I did or not. Oh yeah, cool. I think I did. I should probably put more on there because it doesn't have the full, but okay, so I already started to run the scripts. I actually didn't really want to run it yet, but I think it's okay. It's just adding the descriptions. Yeah, go ahead and you're gonna create this new description column. Did you already add all the descriptions? Like, did you actually already do all that? Oh, you just did it for Australia, right? You vibe code every day. Nice, that's cool. I'm working on financial app. Okay, great. Only for Australia. Yeah, do you see in this script here, we got our populate chart events. We want to put it in that script because we're probably going to run it in the future. So we're just populating this description field for all of the events. And but I think it's okay that for now you're keeping it a separate script. Just know that at the end we're going to integrate them. So yeah, go fill it out for the rest of the countries. We'll just do the 7 countries, not the World Bank data yet. Yeah, economic events for 2020. Yes. I might wait on this one because I want to make sure we have the descriptions. So I'm going to run this, create all the descriptions, combine the scripts, and then we will create the World Bank scripts, which will be based on this script. Script. How many times can I say script? But yeah, that's the plan. And that's totally spazzing out, but that's normal, believe it or not. So I will leave that over there. So over here, we could probably do some other things. I will think, what's next? Can include crypto. I haven't put crypto in the list yet of things. If enough people are interested in a crypto tracker, crypto alerts, maybe. It originally wasn't kind of the target audience of this, but if like people, someone said that there isn't really a lot of crypto alert stuff that you can find that's free. So maybe that could be kind of like a hook for the platform. We do like some crypto alerts. I will have to look what it will require to get that data though, how expensive it will be and things like this for commercial purposes. So I'm not sure. Someone owns that data, the price data, so I don't know who does. Let me look it up, I guess. Oh, right. I wanted to fix one other thing first, which is... Oh, yeah. There were a couple things I wanted to make sure that we fixed. So this, when I send this, when it generates the chart before, I had to reload the page. So I want to make sure that's fixed. How much for the app subscription? We have 3 packages. One is, I think, $17.99. The other one's like $34.99. And the other one's $99.99. Ambitious. The third one will be like everything. And dark mode and all the stuff. Maybe not dark mode. That's kind of a joke. But all the other stuff. Yeah, you got to pay me $100 a month for dark mode. With all the requests, it's the most in-demand feature. We're a website that serves dark mode. And that's it. Okay, this is not fixed. Let's see if it worked. I think it did, but... How are your apps doing? Per month? Yeah, per month, yeah. Pretty good. I'm working on it. Making steady progress. Oh, not right now. Yeah, we can run these. That is fine. Oh, God, that is horrible. I'm going to put this over here because this hurts my eyes. Create a new one. So right now, this is what happens. I'll run it one more time so I get the screenshot. Yeah. Well, someone made a good point. Like, it's Gremlin, I think. Like, if you price it too low, you can never raise prices, but you can always lower them. So start what we think we can charge, and if it doesn't work, like the conversion rate, we measure the conversion rate, and if it's really, really, really low, then we know we probably charged a little too high for the features. Okay, take a screenshot here. So it doesn't render. I still think it's related to this file here. Yeah, I think there's nothing else to say about that. Okay, I'm bringing this one back in. Oh no. Is it developer friendly? Also change the font, hurts my eyes. Oh, I see. Interesting. Why do you use Safari? I use Safari or Chrome. I don't really have too much of a preference, I guess. Maybe Chrome's a little better, the dev tools. I usually use Safari for streaming just because Chrome's normally what I use personally. So there's 80-page books describing how software is created. Use AI to access good. Cool. Sounds good. I don't know about that. Seems a little suspicious what it's doing here. You think the font should be changed? I see. I think we're experimenting a bit with fonts. This is the editorial font. But I think when we change this, it doesn't actually change the whole website. I don't really like this one at all. This one's not bad, actually. Worth investigating. We'll hook this up so this font pairing admin tool changes the whole website. So we can click around. Let me test this again. Or you can pick your... Oh, no worries. We didn't make it so you could pick your own font in the settings. That was kind of just like an admin tool, but you're right. Maybe we could, I suppose. Oh, we definitely need to still choose the default. Enter a robot. It's not Times New Roman. It's like Sans... I forgot, bro. I have to look. Okay, cool. So this time it worked. I just want to make sure it didn't break the normal conversation rendering of the animations. Explain in more detail. I could probably render in a little faster. We're kind of just limiting how fast it's coming in, but that's a bit slow. Can you explain, did you actually upload this to Firebase? Surely you're not using these docs though, right? So the way this works is this is all stored in Firebase. I believe it's there already, but Might have misunderstood. We will see. I do know we have in Firebase. Let me double check though. Yeah, we do. Yeah, it's an event mappings. Yeah, so you misunderstood a bit. So right now we have, in Firebase, we have economic events and event mappings. I think you maybe misunderstood that these files are just planning docs. This is not what we're using. So we did have a script that actually uploaded this to Firebase. So go ahead and try to find that, because that's where you're going to get this information for how this works. Successful are your other AI projects. Be good if you can explain what you're building in one sentence so they don't churn. That's kind of why we made this that's kind of why we made this command here. Maybe I should just have it run every few minutes or something. Anyways, I have an inflation calculator that makes a little bit, but not too much. It's like 1.5K a year, I would say. So 1,500. But it's a little bit volatile. Depends on the year. But that's not very much, obviously. Can't live off that. It's kind of the point of this series, is to see whether we can. Not in the last 30 days, no. The last 30 days, essentially, has been me working on this thing. But the inflation calculator is from a long time ago. And if you're wondering, if you misheard, yes, it's a calculator. It's legit just a calculator. So, yeah, anyways. The markdown files are planning docs, not the source. Yes. Yeah, exactly. The script was run once just to seed Firebase, right? So do you understand what's happening now? I do know how to code. I will put this in the chat again. But yes, this is all good. Nope. Nope. So this is actually, I'm gonna add that as a command too. Expected to be process. This is likely. There you go, that's good enough. Did you explain BST? Binary search tree. Yeah, it's like it's just a data structure to do searching with. It's an algorithm you can learn. Feel free to ask the AI. That's a great way to learn things. Or just look it up on Google. Okay, we're adding our event scripts. These are all fine, I think. The only thing is probably not this one yet. Why are we changing the IDs? I don't really think this is necessary. Use a neoven code. The ID changing are you referring to? Oh, let me say that. It's the current diff. So go ahead and look at the current stage changes. So I'm waiting until this finishes here, and then I will fix the scripts, then use it for the World Bank data. All right, I'm gonna go grab another coffee. I'll be back, guys, in a little bit. Hey guys, I'm back. This thing's still running. How many events are there? 163 events. Yeah, it might take a while if we run it. I might run that off stream for the 220 countries because this is how long it's taking for 7 countries. So yeah, that's going to take at least 7 hours at that rate, which I might not want to do that. I guess there's a lot of events, right? We have like, for each country, right? There's 40 events. Description for every single one. I suppose I keep it. Doesn't really matter. As long as it didn't break, I'm going to go through and make sure the World Bank data for Singapore. Yeah, NASCAR, I really like looking at charts too. It's kind of just fun. Like sometimes you see weird patterns. Like yesterday we looked at, it was the GDP of Singapore, and like every March should be going up. There'd be a spike, we can just look at it. It's because, or rather it was the unemployments. So employments would go up at the beginning of the year. Unemployment would go up at the beginning of the year because the students come out. But then they get hired 2 or 3 quarters later. Like stuff like that's kind of like this one. So you see every March they come out, unemployment goes up by 1%, and then it drops. Because they treat their unemployment measurement a little differently than us. So they're counting just students coming out. Okay, fantastic. Now we want to implement the phase 2 of this, which is that on the front end, when the user clicks on the event, it's going to create a little card to read more about it. It's kind of the description of what happens that you've created here. The DAO, running them in parallel. Let me see in our key. DAO gold ratio is a pretty interesting right now, considering the moves in metals lately. Only 300. All right, there is some weird stuff with gold. Like if you do some correlations, it's definitely an unusual time. Like when you compare gold to oil, for example. Let me look if this is. Don't want to say anything incorrect here. Gold. And actually, we can use our platform. Let's try it. Fun. Okay. Compare gold and oil historically. Last 100 years correlation. It may fail because I'm not sure if we put in oil data. You build web apps or mobile apps? I have some mobile apps, but I haven't we tried to use Cloud Code with native developments on iOS, and it was pretty bad. I also tried Android 6 months ago. So I think the way we would do it next time is probably use Expo or React Native or something. It just seems like it's much better at that kind of stuff. I'm actually curious what it's using for the oil. Oh, I can actually ask it now because we have the metadata. I don't have to reload and get the scripts. Sometimes the cache gets screwed up. Okay, I gotta sign in again. So it uses the USO. So actually we do have oil in our data set. So I guess right now the measurement's uncorrelated, which is kind of what I was talking about, I guess. Oil's usually moves with gold, but I guess there were plenty of times before that it didn't. Okay, good to know. Now I know this. Dart for front end with Flutter. Cool. Does that work with Cloud Code Anarchy? You have some good luck with that. It's worth a shot. Oh yeah, we're gonna add 2 things. I'm gonna commit first, but we're gonna make it so they can click it, the chart gets big, and also they can download it. Those are 2 kind of essential things. Oh shit, so it's not so good with Expo, Alex. Damn. Okay. Try React Native, maybe. Not finished. Here, can you go ahead and add, so when I click the image, it should become big, and also there should be a download button so people can download the charts if they want. We gotta start putting a watermark in our charts. Oh, thanks, NASCAR. Yeah, honestly, I'm having a lot of fun. This is not. Sometimes people join and they're like, "Oh, like I think the title is a little misleading," but I will leave it for the moment. Because for me, I just really like this. Like, this is what I actually want to do. Like, if I do this and it's working, I just keep doing this. So, yeah. Anyways, sure. Translating a mobile app from iOS to Android. Yeah, that'd be kind of interesting. Contronym. I haven't tried that yet. Might be worth exploring. Yeah, see, with this, you can see the pandemic and the spike. That's the most obvious one. Job recovery begins. Okay. Hey, Purium, how's it going? I got a Breville. What's it called? Breville Express or something? Hey, Breville Express. It's pretty awesome. I like it. Like my whole family has this. The font name is. Everyone's very interested in the font, and I don't remember the name, so I will go grab it. A lot of times they don't like it though, so at least I'll know what they don't like. It's these are our fonts here. Oh, good idea. I should add a font. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. You're drinking too much coffee? I don't know, man. Coffee seems pretty okay. I think it may be arguably a little too much, but I'm also bigger than the average person, so I don't know if those guidelines apply to me. We will see. I haven't had any problems yet. Okay, so this is what we use. Font DM Sans. You guys probably can't read that. That is small even for me. It is font DM Sans and font Spectral, serif, or serif is spectral. Spectral serif, I guess, is probably the name. What would the coffee command be? Oh, yes. It would be an answer to, am I drinking too much coffee? Yes, I'm gonna add that too. All right. That's good. We're gonna make sure no one ever talks ever, because we just spam commands at them. Every time they come on the stream. Just make them feel like we don't want to talk to them. That's hilarious. Okay. Yes, probably. Okay, we have do you drink too much coffee and fonts. I'm an above average male and drink 600. Yes. Yours was better than mine. I'm going to replace it. Sometimes when we get to talking about other things, I kind of forget what we were doing. So I'm going to read it. What was the question? Oh, yes, the download button. And this is adding the UI for the descriptions. So these will be kind of cool. Yeah, I love Cloud Code too. Why do you have to use a cursor for work, Contronym? I definitely cloud, my experience. I get the subscription. It depends the volume. But yeah. Okay, so now we should see the descriptions if I click one of these. It's possible when we click, there's two actions that are happening. There's the drag action, like it could be conflicting a little bit. I notice when I click, no pop-up comes up. I have a feeling it's due to the drag interaction interfering with the click. Work pays enterprise license for gotcha. So I can still just chat and it does everything. Not quite everything. Sometimes you'll see some days like definitely we're depending pretty much 100% on it. Especially for UI stuff and simpler things. Sometimes when you try to get some kind of challenging working, you need to do more design stuff. Especially if it touches a lot of files. But yeah, anyways. Actually, I should make that a command too. Okay, so I created a long command. I'm not sure if it'll get cut off in the formatting. Oh, I see. So it doesn't put everything. So I guess there's a limit to the chat messages. That's okay. Yeah, maybe it should just say yes. Yeah, to see the full answer, they have to subscribe. Only subscribers can see the full command. Trade secret, delete. Oh, nice. We got our little download. Looks pretty good. Download. Oh. It's not really what I want, but it's close. I can make it so the download just saves it. Doesn't have to actually bring it to the storage page. You know what I mean? To the image URL. Closer you're getting to a join button. Let me think. What do you mean? Join. I'm not sure. Let me know. Since it's delayed, sometimes sometimes it's hard to understand. Like YouTube member? Oh yeah, actually no, I know nothing about this. Like I never did any research as to what that is. So you guys probably know more than I do if you guys have seen that. I guess it's like you have members, right? But like, what is it? Okay, I think it actually made it so if I click, I have to click. I have to click the drop down. I mean, this popover. It's very hard. Oh, there we go. I did it. That's pretty good. It just has to be, so I don't have to do that. Nice. All right, so it should be, so it's not clicking the card, or, you know, it's clicking the actual graph with the line. It should have maybe like some points on it that when I hover over it, it's like highlighted. Before you begin, tell me your understanding of what I just said. Yeah, I have the ability to apply for the partner program. So I guess I'll do that at some point, but I don't really know because I have to do more research as to what I can do with it, I guess. Okay, so now clicking the download button, let's try it. Here you go. There's some errors. It's error time. Why is it editing that? It's a little weird. Why are you editing the format markdown for the download? I don't see how that would be related. Hello, test. Test 1, 2, 3. Wow. That is, might as well you get ad revenue. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. That's funny. Yeah, they could spend, $10 to save $5 or something. It's pretty good. Why would it add it there? That's really weird. Why are you adding it in that file? Isn't that file just to format the text? Like it's like formatting it to Markdown, So probably don't put the button there. Oh, whisper flow. Test. It has crashed. There you go. It's back. So please don't put the button there as the format markdown file. That's just a format text. So it shouldn't have any buttons. It's just for the markdown. See, this is why it needs me. Who else could tell it such a thing? Yeah, exactly. And it's the same thing for the recession shading areas. When you click that, it should open the card. The only thing you have to look out for is the interaction for the dragging. The clicking and dragging we have a different, that's going to be a different event than this, like clicking rapidly to open the card. So you just got to watch out for that. And that is it. Okay, before it starts this, let's make a estimate how long this is going to take. My estimate is this little thing here is going to take 7 to 8 hours. But before I run it, I need to figure out whether we want to. So I want you to give an estimate. How many events for these 220 countries are going, do you think roughly there will be? Then you're going to make an estimate. How long do you think these LLM generations for the descriptions are going to take? And then number 3, using the Flash model, how much is this going to cost? It's probably going to cost like $5, I bet. That's my estimate. I hope it's less. It's going to be maybe $1 or $2. That would be cool. Oh, I was way off. Oh, it's using 1.5 Flash though. That's actually not that many tokens though. I mean, the last one took 10 minutes and that was for 7 countries. So why would 220 be the same? Oh, I see. It's core events only. That's why. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. So we actually don't want to do core events only. The whole point of this is that we want events specific to the country. That's kind of the whole point. So, yeah. And also we're using Gemini 3 Flash. Hey, Max. How's it going? I'm looking at memes. Okay, enough of that. Download, yes. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and try that. Nice. The only thing is I didn't really want it to take up the whole screen. Just kind of wanted to be a little card. That's like a static card you can close. It's nothing too crazy. I see that's as far as I can go. Okay, cool. Oh, right, we could just run all these concurrently. That would make it much faster. Let's do that as much as we can. So yeah, the UI change I want to make is that this card, it's kind of like a static card, but it doesn't take up the whole page. Like I should be able to still use the chart, but it is a static chart in the sense that the pop-up, in the sense that it will just stay in the same place until the user closes it. Do you understand kind of what I'm saying? Although maybe we can make it static to the chart location. Like you click it, opens. No, I don't like that. It should be like just come up here. You can still drag and whatever. So it'd be like right here. But I kind of like the idea of like if I click it, it's like on the chart, and if I slide away, it goes away. I can slide back. That's kind of fun. It's not really necessary, but I'm going to do it. Because why not? Let's see, what was this again? Oh, this is just the download thing. Let me just test that real quick. Did I want it to download? I'll do that. Yeah, so what happens is it actually comes to this page. This is not ideal. Hey, thanks, man. I haven't enabled the monetization yet. I gotta apply or something, but I don't know. We'll see if that works. I think it probably will. Why do you prefer Mac OS over Windows? I like both, honestly. I used Windows in high school and programmed there, and it was fine. I think the reason I originally switched to Mac OS, I really liked their trackpads, and I just liked the feel. I felt like everything was very sleek. These days, though, things kind of caught up. I think a little bit. So the new Surface is actually pretty good. Like my girlfriend has that one, and they definitely were inspired by MacBooks. But they fixed the trackpad stuff. They feel very sleek, and it's just nice to use. So, but with that said, I have a lot of Apple products now. So I got my AirPods, and I switched to the iPhone to get some of these extra integrations. So they definitely are good at keeping in there, the ecosystem. So I got my photos in there. Okay, let's see if that works. This is the same error as before. I wonder what's tricky about this. I don't really understand why this would be tricky. Can you explain? I'm going to use UltraThink. What exactly is tricky about this? Is it something to do with the tokens? Like maybe we have this blocked behind auth or something. I guess we could just look at the network tab and see what if it's an unauthorized or what. Oh yeah, it's a cores issue. So that should be somewhat straightforward. We'll see. Gotcha. Might have to do something in Firebase. This is, let's get the response. What is that? Yeah, what is this here? Have you tried Linux? I did in college, but I haven't used it recently. What is gsutil? Oh, this is the Google Cloud. Oh yeah. Can I just make this change in Firebase? My whisper flow is sometimes not working for some reason. Strangeness. Being rate limited. There we go. What the hell, bro? Can I just make this change in Firebase? Oh, it says right there. Cool. Yeah, so the way this should work is it's like we already have their Firebase rules for the storage for these images set up. So I just want to know how this works. It's kind of like, doesn't it go through cores and then it goes to the Firebase rules and then it gets to the image? Is that kind of how this works? So the order operations, it goes browser level cores. And then if that passes, it goes to the Firebase rules. And if that passes, then it goes to the image. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Cool, I'll go do that. One moment. Have you tried, you should try Cursor. I have tried Cursor. I prefer Cloud Code. But, you know, everyone has their stuff they like. That is okay. Where do you see it on this page? This might not be the right page. Hello, Anshul. Hey, Contronyms, are you in the Discord? You seem like you'd be a very good mod. Like, hey, knock it off. Recently visited. Oh, there it is. Oh, here it is. I found it. All right, it's fine. It's fine. We'll just run this. This is faster. I don't see it where it has told me. Oh, very good, Mom. Oh yeah, feel free to. You should join Contronym. Okay, fine. I will run it. Cool, we've done it. Now let's try it. Okay, I have run it. Now try to do what you've done with the download. This one we have to review, because if we get it wrong, it will be running for like 30 minutes or an hour, and then we'll figure out it did the wrong thing, and that's kind of not great. All right, so the way this should work, you should create a document first that we're going to review. No, this is just a, yeah. Let me double check. They can take a minute to propagate. Fair enough. I will try it later then. Yeah, add World Bank, country file, that's okay. I don't really like this planning mode because it's like I'm creating a doc, so it's like it's creating a plan to create a plan. So I have to prove that it creates a plan. It's like, okay. Yeah. It's a little too meta. Okay, cool. Let's try this out. Nice. Looks pretty good. The only thing is kind of what we talked about with the... Actually, this one is not one you can drag unless you zoom, so... Oh, perfect. All right, so I have this idea of like, I kind of want it to look like when you click it, the card is on the graph. And what I mean by that is like when I drag, it's like moving and it can move even off the chart, like as I drag away. Do you understand what I'm talking about? And also, is this actually feasible in any realistic way? I mean, come up with some ideas how we could do it. It's unnecessary, but fun. Yeah, let's run this. Maybe. I'll try a new browser. This was tried in another browser, same sort of stuff. Give me like, what are the potential reasons here? Hey, see ya, Anarchy. Talk to you later. Thanks for joining. Or the shot. PCER key. Yes. Peace. Okay. Whatever. We'll try it. We'll commit that for now, but come back to it. I don't really want this here. Do you see that changes that you made in staging? Why do we make this change? Because it's not really anything to do with the markdown. You know, it's an image, right? It's just the image, so this doesn't really belong in this file. This is just the clicking of the... That's fine. We do need to do a little reformatting with this file. How much of a gamer? I used to be. Yeah, what games do you play? Ooh. Okay, it's definitely feasible. Timestamp based anchoring. One thing I'm wondering though, how is it going to appear when I'm like dragging it and it's going off the screen? How do we achieve that effect though? CS2 and RuneScape, nice. I used to play a lot of CS:GO too. I was never very good, but some of my friends got really good. I haven't played in a long time though. Yeah, go ahead and try, give it a shot. I'm probably gonna commit before though, because it looks pretty good at the moment. AXDX. Yeah, I think we're going to run this for one country first. Let's just start with China. Yeah, so before you begin, though, tell me how the script works. Yeah, go through the flow. Like face IQ. Who's that? Oh, I look like AI face. That's funny. Someone said that before, actually. They said I was... They're like, you guys know this is AI, right? It'd be a lot of compute spent, though, for 8 hours of streaming. This will be the last bastion of humanity. Long streams. Format markdown is now back to just formatting. Great. Thank you. Populating China data. We're definitely not using 2.0 Flash. Here's what you're going to do, though. It's going to be, all of this is going to be one script, and the reason is because we're going to deploy this at some point to run once a month or something. And so it needs to be a repeatable process. Here's what I want you to do for this script, though. You're just going to build out one, because we're just going to test it, and it's going to be for China. It's going to store it to Firebase, and we're going to put under the World Bank collection. World Bank events collection. It's going to be so we have a, let me actually put it under, so it'll be a sub collection of, it's going to be economic events, World Bank, and then the countries. But before you begin, take a look at this other script works. Oh, let me pull it up. Let me see if there's any chats. Sorry, guys. What am I coding? Cool. You guys, thank you. Contronym, extremely helpful. I need to actually figure out which script we want to attach. It's the one we added earlier. Yeah, here it is. Populate chart events. So this is what you're going to use as your inspiration. That's how we set up the other types of events. It should be basically the same. So go ahead and we're going to create a plan, put it under this directory. Okay, interesting. We will try this. Sometimes this happens. I switch. Okay, I think one problem with our loading, I noticed this is an insane loading time. It's probably bringing in all those descriptions is part of the issue here. Yeah, for sure. All right, anyways. So if I drag, almost. So the idea was like, it looks like it's on the chart. That's kind of stupid, but. I was like, why doesn't it look like it's on the chart? There's some reasons, right? I mean, everyone doesn't quite move the chart. So right now, heck. Right now, it doesn't quite look like it's on the chart, mostly because of its how often we're updating its position. So I imagine you have some like checks, you have some millisecond delay or something for rendering. It's way too high. How low could we achieve it? Can you take a look? And then we'll figure out the secondary issue of the chart descriptions taking too long. Oh yeah, I forgot. Didn't we add a search and research? I could have sworn we did that. Hey Abim, how's it going? Oh, here it is. Oh no, that's not it either. I think we never actually created the doc because we were just asking questions if it was feasible, and it was. Yeah, so you reverted this, but what I wanted you to do was just add it to the right place. So you still have this click. You're just going to add a new file for some hook or something. Okay, so I'll let that one run. What working? Oh, thanks. Oh, cool. This might actually work. Maybe it was just some small bug. That's much faster now. Because if I click... Oh, nice. Take a look. Actually kind of looks like it's on it. Very cool. Let me open another. Yeah, I like it. Great Recession. So the real fun part about this, though, is when we load in the other countries, then we'll have a lot of things to look at. We know most of this stuff. Maybe not this stuff. This is old. 1987. Oh, nice. AM 9000. I think the only reason I said that is because it was doing the plan mode while I was trying to create a doc to plan. So it was like planning the plan doc, and that was a little too much planning. Just wanted to read the plan. But yeah, I think you're right. It's a good idea. I don't have much emotion towards it. So I'm happy that works for you, though. So, do you guys like this? I think it's cool. I think I've seen something like it before. I think it's nice. The start is a little overwhelming still, but it might be a little better in full screen. Yeah, it's a little less action. The lines. There is one problem. If the line is in the gray area, how do you know whether to show the recession info or the line info? Except for the font. I see. Okay. We'll work on the font. So let's say you click this, right? And you click Ask AI. Is it going to send the card too? Nice. See, it sends the card. That's cool. Okay. What is this? Let's make that faster, that animation for sure. Is yeah, I think that's what we do. I'm glad someone likes our choices. Now, I get everyone has their preferences as far as like looks, but we haven't done a lot of experimenting with the fonts. Kind of few. And we have different fonts for the navigation, different fonts for so this is all the same font. It's like I think it's I forgot exactly which one this one was, but we segmented the navigations from the content. That was something we learned is a thing. At least I learned. I did not know much about this. Russia defaults at the Berlin Wall. Yeah, but I was reading that it's extremely common to have different fonts for the navigation versus the content. It kind of helps differentiate the two, as long as like they work together well. But maybe we'll do a little more research because I think I have a very surface level understanding of why. I guess the idea is like it helps segment the user's mind, but the next questions are like, well, you can't use any font. They have to have some similarities, but where do you draw the line between too similar? Maybe there's some sort of like rule of thumb you can apply for that. So definitely some things to learn. Okay, cool. I'm going to go ahead and commit that last change. There we go. That works better. I'm just going to make sure that worked. Yeah, that's good. And this still fails, but whatever. Okay, let's add the search to the chat. Yeah, can we go ahead and add the search to the chat? We kind of already talked about feasibility, but I think we unfortunately didn't create a doc. So you're going to create an implementation doc here. It should work very similarly to the data page here. In path/data. Okay, let's read this doc, make sure everything's good. The reason we have to make sure with this one, this is going to be a long-running script. I really do not want to find out an hour later I did not read this and it sucks. But I think the test will just run it on one country first, but still. I'll do a deep dive on how you're doing the research with the LLM, like a high-level overview. Curious about that. Yeah, sure. Maybe I guess you're interested in how we're figuring things out with the LLM, maybe like how we prompt it. Is that kind of what you're thinking? Or just our general approach, maybe? I'm actually really excited for this. The reason I'm really excited for this particular feature is I've never actually seen this data explorer with the events before. Like, you'll see these data collections everywhere, but I've never seen where I can go into like China, for example, and learn a lot about their history of the country by going into the graph. Like if I go into this graph here, right? So their GDP, right? It's like, cool, yeah, I can see this graph, but I've never seen it like overlaid with events. Unfortunately, this is a very, there's not a lot of data points for this, so this is not a good example. It's kind of hard to see anything interesting. Maybe the growth rate, but still, it's only updated every year. So China is a little limited, but maybe Afghanistan. Let's see if, yeah, so it's just every year. Regardless, the ones that we do have more detailed data on, that's going to be cool. This one's every month, every 3 months, so every quarter. This graph is actually right, surprisingly. Okay. So I'm going to keep reading this here. I don't really understand what this is talking about, so I'm going to ask. What is this for exactly? I'm not really understanding. For some reason, Whisperflow is having some issues with my microphone. I guess I'll keep it for now, but wait, are we actually? I didn't think we were. It's not working. So annoying. I'll just do a MacBook Pro. Am I being rate limited? What's going on here? It works when I click it. So I guess I'll just click it. All right, so I didn't realize we were storing any events for the World Bank data yet, though. That's what we're going to do. So I'm a little bit confused why we got to change it. Can you, okay, so this is a recurring thing. Can you move all the docs in the front end to this folder? And go ahead and delete those directories. Once you've moved everything over. Okay, that sounds good then. Oh yeah, okay, gotcha. For the implementation plan, you didn't really talk about the implementation of the script. Can you tell me a little bit more and update the doc? It should be similar to the file I showed you. Okay, let's look at this new doc here. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's go ahead and implement the search for chat. The only thing, just put it above. It's below the new conversation button. Oh, should be above or below. Yeah, definitely below, right? All right, cool. Let's go ahead and implement it and actually test with China. China. Go. Yeah, I mean, there's a few things to fix here too. I'm gonna fix it. So, do you see the problems with this? Go ahead and reiterate it back to me. Cool. Thanks, man. Yeah, we're getting there. This part, there's a few things to fix, right? The drop down, and right now we're just getting the functionality of this new page. Definitely agree on the polish question. I mean, the polish comment. Dark mode too. Okay. Everyone asks for dark mode. All right. It must be done, I'm afraid. We need to change maybe the colors on the dark mode, but yeah. A lot of things need to be done for that, which is just change the colors. Yes, exactly. That is our most premium. I mean, that is the most requested thing, right? When I think about it, like when people join, like it's not only the most requested, it's most requested by 10x any other thing. So that just tells you the commercial value of this is very high. I think you're right. Possible scripts, it's a good idea. I think right now we have, I think it's slate colors for ours. But it does look, someone commented it looks defaults, and they're probably right. That color scheme that we got for dark currently. Let's go ahead and we'll maybe play around with that. Well, let's fix this first. So specifically with Chad. Chad is having some problems. Is this really in dollars though? Are we sure? I'm pretty sure World Bank is not automatically putting in dollars, right? Hey Corey, how's it going? Just a bit blue and tailwindy. Yeah, I think you're right. What languages are you using? I will put. Oh, thank you. Contradin beat me to it. Fantastic. He's watching that chat. That's good. Yeah, I guess I just what I was asking is I wanted you to verify that this is in dollars. So just go ahead and check if these figures are accurate. I forgot to put TypeScript on there. Do I get 1% of the company? We'll negotiate. It is a high value operation. How would people know the answers? They would leave before I say it. Yeah, gotta start somewhere. King Frosted. No problem. Yeah, Kai, we're still going. We got 2 more hours, so. I started late today. Started at noon. But I like the schedule a lot better starting at noon. Because sometimes I end and the gym is closed, and that is not a good day. So now I can just do it in the morning. Okay, so this is actually right. We just need to fix the UI. Excuse me. All right, cool. So let's just fix the UI. Currently it says Fred series. It's not Fred series. This is the World Bank data. So you got to attribute it correctly. Do you see what I'm talking about there? And then also fix the labeling. It's going off the edge. And then the put the currency sign in all the places that use currency. Also, you can see the change is a little weird too. That you use the currency as well. Probably, I'm not sure how useful that change is. Actually, I'm not sure. Now that I think about it, all of these numbers at the bottom, I don't even know what exactly they're telling me. I guess it's saying in this time series it grew from this to this, right? But that isn't even true. Yeah, so that doesn't make sense. Can you explain, before you begin, what is this supposed to be at the bottom? I already attached it twice, so. Okay, so it ran for China, generated 8 events. Let's go look if it's already here. Very slow, so I have a feeling it's loading all the events. So I tried to load this on the front end here, and nothing was loaded, no errors. I think we just remove this section entirely because it doesn't really tell you anything. Yeah, let's just remove this section entirely and fix the things that I told you. Cool. Supposedly we got our nice. We got a little search. This looks pretty good, actually. I'm going to try to look up some stuff. Oh, nice. So imagine you do a bunch of research. You have a bunch of different types of companies you're interested in, and you generate some cool. This guy's AI 5 coding. Yes. That's the third person that said that. That must look very AI in the webcam. But anyways, if someone is looking up like specific companies or whatever, they can easily find it in there. But I do want to try looking up like content. So Tesla down 10%. Okay, it doesn't show up. Maybe it's caps. Oh, interesting. For the search, did you include the contents too, or is it just searching based on the title of the conversation? Yeah, thanks, Contronyms. I agree, definitely. We'll add that next. Just the title currently. Oh, it makes a good point. In order to do that, you have to load in all of the conversation data, which could potentially... Yeah, this is a good point. How long do you think it would take? Like, imagine you have 1,000 conversations. Each conversation, let's say it has 10 paragraphs on average. How long do you think it would take to load if we just load in everything? Compared to if we just don't do that and we just wait till they click the conversation. I mean, another alternative is when they start searching. But it could be pretty janky. Oh yeah, this is bad. Oh yeah, definitely we're not going to do that. So we're just going to do the titles. It's fine. Any other way we could do it to like make it load super fast and also have them be able to search the content? Probably not, right? I guess we could just like, we'd have to store some like metadata about the conversations. That's just like a short version. And then we could search that instead. It'd be like, because we don't need to attach all of the text, just like a few keywords, but it's not really worth worrying about at the moment. Looking for some cheap labor. Wait, you're looking for you to work. Gotcha. Oh yeah, some search index thing. Yeah, okay, we're not doing any of that. That's fine. Okay, I just want to make sure everything's good. Oh, I forgot to. I knew I was missing something. Okay, fine. And then we'll work on the dark mode. Is the most, I cannot ignore the people. The people want dark mode. And they want a good dark mode. They don't want just any dark mode. Okay, we'll do in one of these here. I think we're good to go as far as that goes. I don't really see any problems. So right now we have a dark mode, but it's inconsistently applied. However, right now our dark mode looks pretty default looking. And what I mean by that, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to plug into AI Studio to try to understand a little better. I think I realized what's wrong with the font. Like, the font kind of works for this page, but for this kinds of stuff, yeah, we're going to fix this. So I'm going to open AI Studio over here. So this is our dark mode currently. There are some complaints about this dark mode. It looks very default. Some people say it looks like just default tailwind stuff. Some people say we should do like a slate stone look, like a very dark look. I want your opinion on this. Go ahead and design a new version based on these comments. Should we switch it to Pro this time? Yeah, let's switch it to Pro. I will let that run over here. Hey, nice. Just Alex. Keep at it. I agree. Yeah. Okay, and then the next thing we're going to do is this font situation. It works here, and we're going to try to understand what's going on, because I don't really get it. I do not know the situation. All right, so our next question is about the fonts. I want you to take a look. What fonts are we using on the today's brief page versus these paths? Come back to me and tell me all the fonts that we're using actively. I guess I'll include these pages as well. Use tweak CN. Yeah. You know what? Let me go ahead and look at that, because that could potentially help us. We have the same problem. It's been a lot of iterations. Oh, this is Shad CN. Fantastic. So many people have recommended this to me. I think it's about time that we consider this more deeply. Let me look at some examples. These are what we got here. I guess we could maybe use this for the chat. Every time I look at one of these sites, though, I'm like, okay, I would like to like go through all the. Let me just look at all. Maybe if I click theme presets, because I want to see all the examples and just go and kind of read through them. Okay, but then when I look at it side by side, I can definitely see what people are talking about. I mean, this compared to this. There's some aspect of this that looks a little bit more sleek. We will try it. We'll run a little experiment. Maybe tomorrow too. Like the video. This guy's not AI. Do I really look? That's funny. Hey, Vici. Okay, here's the summary. Okay, they're all using the same fonts. Good. In general, what's the general rule for design? Should you keep it consistent across all your pages? You know, right now our today's brief is kind of like an editorial page. Does that mean we have to use the editorial font everywhere, including the research and the data pages and everything like that? What's the general rule? Can you change the fonts for per page depending on what they do a little bit? My intuition there is no, but because I keep hearing consistency is key. Thanks again, Contronym. No forex trading here. I mean, it's just this is just public market stocks. I would add it if it was easy, but unfortunately, this data is pretty complex to get for commercial, like options and all sorts of this kind of thing. Actually, if you're doing forex, we won't get real-time data anytime soon, but we would get we could get historical. I think that one's not too bad. But as far as like keeping track of your positions, USD, and I guess I could look into that. Not sure. Yeah, I agree. So the general rule is consistent within context, not necessarily identical everywhere. Okay, interesting. Let me open this more so I can read. Oh, very interesting. So actually, we keep this as an editorial font, like this. But then in the other pages that are more tools, we can switch it to our sans font. Kind of want to see what that looks like. So it sounds like there's a lot more flexibility as far as font choices go. Like as long as there's some sort of rule behind it, it can potentially look good. Let's try it though. Let me commit first. I'm gonna check this out before I commit. Okay, we're gonna change it to China. That's the one we tested with for our new data events. Oh, it looks like we nuked China. The UI is broken. So I'm going to not commit this. I will leave it for now. But I think I will change the fonts. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this. I think it makes sense. All of our tools. What do you think about the preferences page? Should we choose the sans for that as well? It's not really an editorial. It's still like a tool. It's still like a tool. Yeah, I suppose let's. Do you think this would be a common approach? I suppose let's do it if so. But it's just totally summer, whatever. So let's try to fix the China data. So that's not related, actually. Oh, it actually loaded now. Strange. It could be, yeah. We will reload it. That we need to restart the server. All right, check it out. It's still going off. What we do is we change the label. So if you can't fit it, to be either trillions or billions. I think we already actually set that up for quite a few of them. Talk to me about the approach before you continue. Let's see what AI Studio has done. Still kind of looks the same, I would say. Can you tell me, so what are some other themes, like dark mode themes? Like, isn't there like a very dark one? Have you set up Llama? I haven't tried it yet. I have a feeling the local LLM won't be very good. Dollar doesn't match dollars. Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, that makes sense. A little flaky, but it's okay. Add aesthetically pleasing, and yes, splendid. Ah, yes. This could work. Oh, nice. I actually like this. Wait, do you guys feel the same? It's like darker, less blue. Wait, there's a VS Code theme I like. I think it's like Dracula or something. Or Darkula. I don't know. Let me just give it a screenshot, see if it can figure that out. But I think it's close. Definitely a lot better. I actually can't find it. It must be one of these like custom themes or something. It's not on the defaults anyway. But I like this. What do you guys think? Yeah. So we'll just grab the colors. Let me look one more time though. Dark VS Code. Oh, it is Dracula. Okay. Okay, in a way it's kind of the same. I'm looking at it. It's just darker, a little pink actually, but I don't really want it to be pink. Okay, we're doing it. I'm gonna download it. Actually, I'm just gonna ask it to give me the colors. Cool, can you just give me all the colors that you just used for this? Give it like in the format of like text color, background colors. Gonna just give me a nice little theme doc that I can grab. So I'm telling it. Thanks, Lipso. Oh, it's called a Deep Onyx theme. So if you guys want that for your site, that's what AI Studio is calling it. So honestly, we might call it that too because that sounds cool. What theme do you want? Deep Onyx or default? You have to choose Deep Onyx. It's way too cool. All right, cool. Let me download this document. I'm gonna bring this over here. So this is going to be our new theme. It's called the Dark Onyx theme. And you're going to use these colors. And when the user flips on dark mode, you're going to go ahead and respect this document. So please use all the colors in this doc. And do it correctly. I'm going to even turn on Ultra Think for this because it's very important. I will let it run over here. We will see how it does. Hey, thanks. It's Bert. Did the fonts already change? You guys can actually tell. I must be blind to this kind of thing. Is this really different than it was? So you actually already changed everything to sans? Oh, gotcha. Its bird is back. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it doesn't really look different to me yet. I agree with Kai there. But it was going a little crazy. So you're saying you changed the font, like it's actually different than it was? Or was it already sans? Yeah, we might have to experiment a little bit. One thing I noticed with this drop down, it only changes this page, so we're gonna hook it up for everything else. Yeah, okay. So in the Okay, I've changed to my MacBook Pro audio. Appears my microphone's having some issues. Let me reconnect it. Oh, there we go. Test, test. Okay, it's back. How am I able to sit down and work for long periods? I think I like this, so that maybe helps a little bit. But also, I guess when you stream, you don't really have a choice, right? Like if I'm screwing off, people are watching. I don't know. I do like it though, so I think I would anyway. But potentially, if I'm not streaming, I would maybe go eat. Another thing. Let me turn off this alarm. Okay. Alarm is off. But yeah, I'd probably go take more breaks, longer breaks. But otherwise, I do like it. So. Okay, I notice the font definitely changed now, so that's good. I actually like it better now, whatever it did. Yeah, this looks a little more legit. All right, let me start up the back end. Yeah, this is better. But I think it's still working on the dark mode stuff. Yes, proceed. Actually, honestly, I'm just gonna, because I know these are modifying the same files, I'm gonna commit this first, this hookup here, and then we'll start the dark mode. Dark mode fix. Yeah, we'll work on this animation. It's a little janky sometimes. Maybe we just do something different. It did change the font. Oh yeah, this does look better, right? I think before it was looking a little old. Nice. Okay, I'm actually going to go ahead and just make sure that this is all hooked up. So I'm going to switch around the fonts a little bit. Yeah, so these are different fonts. So we'll maybe just play around with these. Every once in a while and see which one we like best. I don't really like this one. It's a little too like cursive, I guess. This one's not bad. But let's see what the full article. should probably fix it so on the... Oh yeah, so this wasn't saved, I guess because it was Saturday or something. So I may fix that, but it won't be running on Saturday anyways. So this one's not bad. Maybe a little too... This is the one we have right now. It's very editorial. Cool. So I'm gonna commit that. Okay, now we'll go ahead and implement the dark mode changes. So we used AI Studio to get kind of what we were thinking. Let me pull it up here. So this is kind of what we're thinking for our dark mode. Much darker than before. Right now it's very blue. It's called Dark Onyx. Okay, while we wait, I will check the China data. And then I will add the filter. Okay, do not see anything. So those errors weren't related. So I don't see any call for the... Right now when you click the events, it's not rendering. What I want you to check is make sure we have the data in Firebase. So run a little script, check that. We have to come up with a little better UI design for these dropdowns. So like when you choose World Bank, for example, then we have another dropdown for the country. Unfortunately, there's just not really a lot of space for that. What else can we do? You have any ideas? Maybe just give me like 3 or 4. Oh, thanks, Contronym, once again. True goat. Cool. So this is still broken. Oh, here it is. So we actually already did that. So you actually see the data there. We could try another browser, I guess, just to double check, but pretty sure. No. So this is what we'll do next after this passes. Then we'll start populating all the World Bank data. There is an important thing that we need to do that I've been putting off a little bit, which is that the today's brief is currently relying on data that we saved locally. Yeah, so we haven't started that. Might be worth to investigate after these two tasks. Classified as probably not a huge change because we already got all the data in both places. Can you go ahead and investigate? We're going to create a doc here. Implementation. Implementation. Wow. My brain is dying. Okay, there we go. We're going to figure out. Right now, today's brief currently is not hooked up to Firebase. We have all the data in Firebase, but we're still using this market data folder. We're going to go ahead and migrate all of the usages of that to what's in Firebase. So we need to create, I think we already have the endpoints necessary for grabbing it, but double check. And so now you're going to work on the stock here. And then change this, yeah. Let me switch to dark mode to see its progress. Wait, it's not blue, right? I think it's just my screen. It hasn't gotten here yet. I noticed it only used the deep black on this page, but we want it on the other pages too. Let me take a look at the comparison. I mean, compare to what AI Studio did. Wait, this is different colors, right? Hold on. Yeah. There's quite a few differences, actually. I'll let it finish. Maybe when it finishes, it'll be right. I feel like it's not quite getting the what should be what. Like this should be the deep black. This should be that. You know, that kind of thing. That's all right. We'll fix it. Hey, waking from the fog. How's it going? Also, I'm going to ask AI Studio for another design for this chart. I kind of don't really like the blue, I guess. Want to use cursor? I don't really like cursor. Cloud Code is, for me, a lot better. Cursor pricing is, but you know, everyone's different. Everyone likes their workflows. Also, I like how I can set up my own workspace. Actually, I'm gonna make that another command, Nightbot, I think. Okay, cool. Have you used Cloud Code superpowers? What is that? You talking about skills or something? So definitely some things to fix with the dark mode, I would say, but we're getting there. Okay, so I'm going to attach a few pages here. What I want you to do, so bringing this over here, this is what we designed, right? I like this a lot better, the way like it shows the colors and just a lot of things like the buttons being white, things like this. What I'm going to do is create all the screens here, and then I'm going to save it. I'm going to bring it into our project, and then I'm going to tell Opus 4.5 to copy it exactly. Because, yeah. So what I'm going to do, Opus 4.5 didn't do the today's brief page. You didn't do the today's brief page. Okay, then go into here. Actually, I already took a screenshot of this one. This was another AI model's attempts at what you've done. I want you, for every single one of these pages, I want you to create your version according to the Dark Onyx theme. So don't erase what we've done here. Just every one of these is going to be a new page. And do the same theme that you've done for the research workspace. Already host your sites. You can use Vercel. Yeah, I haven't used Cloud. I use Vercel for using my prototypes, and then I'll bring it up to Google Cloud or AWS later. Cloud Skills. Yeah, I haven't tried Cloud Skills yet. Yeah. You update the real-time news on your site. Right now, we're just using. We're kind of just doing some prototyping, so nothing official yet. But we're going to do like a closed beta soon, and then we'll have the legit stuff. This stuff is all government data, though, here. We have like a bunch of countries. Actually, that should be another command I'll do. Oof, that's really bad. You got to update all the subcomponents. Take a look at these folders. Okay, so it added our... Oh, I see what's going on here. So obviously you couldn't duplicate the whole style very well. Fortunately, so I always make sure to save. So we saved before. So I'm going to restore it back to what it was. So this isn't what I want. I don't want these pages to all be... Actually, you know what? Maybe we could try something new. I'm actually going to use maybe an image model for this. So I'm going to attach what we have, what we want it to turn into. You see the differences between these two. Tell me what went wrong with the second one. I want you to list the color schemes and how they are applied. We're trying to come up with a way to prompt to get the right general idea of where to apply what colors. What's your project about? Oh, hey, thanks, Mitchell. Maybe a good idea. The project is, I'll put this little command here. It's a financial newsletter. Right now we're experimenting with the themes. You can explore data, track your portfolio. We got a bunch of government data that you can explore. Right now we're trying to add events to the World Bank data. We have it on events being like you can explore what happens in the chart. I'll show you what I mean. So if you turn it on, you can zoom in and see like, okay, Black Monday, and you can click and read more about these particular scenarios. Figure out what happened at each period in time for each of these graphs. And each event, it's curated events that matter for this graph. So yeah, and this is going to be for all countries. So it could be a way to learn about a country. It's kind of fun. But that's the general gist. And you can generate your own charts and things here as well. So like this. And we generate the chart for you. You can explore them. Have a lot of value. I really like using it. I think it's a lot of fun. The newsletter itself, it's gonna be curated to your interests. So based on your portfolio, it'll give you some data. So for example, if you own Bank of America, it's going to tell you this is how it has done historically, given this situation. That's kind of the idea. So yeah, but these charts, I got feedback that they were a little bit confusing. So we're creating a new section that's a little more kind of just like a digestible format, I would say. Okay, interesting. So it's saying... So it's giving critique on why... one second. On why the AI model failed with the second approach. So maybe we can try this prompt here to correct what it did as far as applying the theme. I'm actually just going to copy all of this as far as what to do. So in your application of the dark theme on the research page, there were some failures. I've attached why it's a failure. And I'm going to give it an image as well. Take a look at this reference image as well, so you can get a better understanding of how to apply the theme. You're working on a pretty big project. Nice. Building a gym own AI model. Nice. That's cool. Oh, building your own AI model. That makes more sense. Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be, you'll probably learn a lot doing something like this. think if I get a computer with a really good GPU, that might be something to explore, or just train it, I guess, on the cloud. But how do you even go about that? Where are you starting? Where are you getting your data? It's kind of an interesting project. Cool. So it's going to fix the start with the research page. That's good. It still says it's a cache issue, which is strange, but we'll see. You know, it could be there's no events that relate to the GP. It's possible, I suppose. Could it be that we filtered it so no events were triggered for this particular graph? Because we do filter it at some point to see if it's we curate it. So that's kind of my thought. It's in the database clearly, but it's not showing because we've curated it out. Oh yeah, that looks way better. We just have to change it so it's not blue. Oh nice, it just fixed it. Fantastic. Hopefully it changes the text color here too. Let's see if I click in here. Oh, that looks good. Oh, I see. So it generated events that were outside our data set. That's why it didn't work. Because I guess there were not enough interesting events last 30 years. Wait. Can you explain what you're doing here? You're actually... Explain more deeply. Is this the right color? Let me check. It's not. Is it the right color? Oh, it definitely isn't. Oh, you're not using the right color. You know, take a look at the image. You know, you're choosing the wrong colors. It's not good. I think what you need to do, I think we're going to actually you need to actually extract out. Go ahead and extract out all of the hex, and we're going to create a doc called themes because I think this is necessary too. So take a look at these images. You're going to extract out the hex and create this dark mode, or call it Onyx theme doc. And then you're going to take this text and really, as inspiration, you're going to listen very deeply to what this text has to say to you. I'm going to attach what Gemini has told it to abide by, and that might work. So in a way, this is similar to our other approach, which is just planning first, except it's planning for themes. We're saying, hey, do it exactly. He is not AI, and he knows what he is doing. Oh, thank you. This is the spot. Oh, yeah, it's going to be e-commerce sites, so website developers and design data consistent, feeding it hundreds of good websites, having it understand this concept. I see. That sounds pretty cool. I think you're definitely onto something in terms of maybe design, because that's what we're doing right now, right? It's a little tricky to get the AI to design how you like. And when you do get a good design, it's a little bit too AI looking. So if I had like some design, kind of like AI Studio, where I have a lot of control over like temperature, be very creative. And it's maybe if you could come up with some way to get something that doesn't look AI for people. Because definitely as you start to work with it, you start to really notice the patterns, what it likes to do. Okay, that's kind of annoying. Please don't do what you just did. Undo that. We're making a separate document. Do you understand what I'm saying? So don't change the tailwind config. Yes. And then we'll do that after we have validated. Okay. I actually like how this is looking. This page is not too bad. I think we won't do the blue though. Okay, we have to fix all the text and everything. Yeah, a lot to fix there. No. So you're going to create a new themes doc. It's going to be called abyssthemes.md. Oof. Strangeness. I want you to take this text here deeply to heart and extract out the themes from this image. I meant to say extract out the hex codes. Maybe I can't do that. Maybe I can't extract out the hex codes. In which case, we could just do it ourselves. Granted, I think AI Studio already did that. Yeah, it already did, actually. But we'll see what it generates, and then we'll know if it's able to do that request. No, we definitely don't want to do what you just said, which is we do want the date filters. We don't want to show, there's nothing to show for the historical data. Like if there's no data points, we definitely will not show that part of the graph. So definitely undo the very last change you just made to chart view. So I think that's okay. We're going to undo that last change. We're going to commit, and then we're going to start to update the World Bank data for the 225 countries. It's okay that China, actually, sorry, I'm going to change one more time. We're going to just run it on one more country. So that way we can look at it first, and then we'll run it on the rest. Okay. So I'm going to see if these themes match what AI Studio said. I mean, the hex codes. Is that the same as this doc? What's the differences here? Did you make up stuff? I don't think it's the same. I think it's everything for this. This is all. The rest of this is just dark mode stuff. So I might put another branch. For now. So if you guys are wondering, can I bring in an image and it will get the exact hex codes? The answer seems to be no. But you know what? I'm going to double check. I'm actually going to grab the hex codes myself, because maybe they both did. In which case, that's good to know in the future. So I think I have a little eyedrop tool with Chrome or something. Let me look. Might have it from before. Or maybe I no longer have it. Xcode, eyedrop, Chrome. Excuse me. Okay, so what I'm doing now is I'm verifying that I'm going to write it all down. We're spending a lot of time on the dark mode, and it's because it's very important. So main black is just 0, 0, 0, 0. Zero A, 0 A, 0 A. This is a little bit cumbersome. 0 A. Go. 09090B. Okay. I don't really like this eyedrop tool. It's a little bit not very user friendly. Okay. So what we did is we got the AI Studio colors. AI Studio for important text is the same as the other ones, so they don't really differentiate. Main black is the same for both. Okay, now we're going to compare to the to what AI Studio told us. I'm just curious if it told me the wrong thing, because then I'll know in the future it cannot do this. Yeah, so it worked for the most part. Okay, cool. I want you to make another doc like the theme doc that you made, and make it specifically. You're going to make a theme doc specifically for the research page, and you're going to list each of those like components and what colors you chose for them, the text, the background, and you're just going to do that starting with this page. So just do this research page first. It's just a document, so you don't need to make any code changes. Okay, cool. Let me try another country here. Okay. Let's see, where do we put our stuff? Oh, it's right here. Oh, this thing again. Okay. Gotta switch browsers. Let's do Ireland or something. Maybe one with a long running history, just so we can test. Argentina, maybe. We should have an inflation adjusted. I mean, that's all right. Okay, can you go ahead and add, let's do Argentina next. So go ahead and add it, do the phase 1 of adding it. So build the script similar to how you did for China. And then we're gonna test it. I guess when you do this, before you begin, how many events will be within the last 30 years? Okay, cool. So I made a doc explaining exactly how to apply this theme, and we're going to give it. Okay, so I have given you exactly how to apply this deep onyx theme, true black. It tells you exactly what to do. So try again. If we get just this page today, I'll be happy. We'll just have to go page by page and get it right, and then it'll work. All right, cool. But actually implement it now. So on the research page. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and work on something else. Let's maybe click around a little bit. Kind of blocks the chart on the smaller charts. I guess you can always exit. Oh, there should be like if you click in the region, it should allow you to scroll through the things. F2. I don't really like how like sometimes I don't really want this thing in the way. It's kind of a little annoying. Like it should be maybe over here or something. I think maybe we just condense it, right? Just condense a small little card, nothing to like, it shouldn't take up like half the graph. Excuse me. It's not very, the reason why I don't really like using this, like it's cool. It's just cause like I don't even want to put my cursor on it cause this thing is like in my face and I just want to look around. So I think, just have to figure out something about that. But I like the general idea. It's just like, also it's a little overwhelming with the amount of events. But we'll figure out something. We'll just make it a little more condensed. We can increase the chunking. Oh, I got signed out, I think. I got signed back in. It'd be cool if you could overlay this with some stock performance too. Like maybe you're interested in how defense does relative to this. That's actually a really cool thing to do, maybe. It'll be a little tricky. I really would love to be able to their current chart pipeline. So take a look at this. I'd love to be able to overlay these Fred data collections, these charts, sometimes with individual companies and things like this. However, me thinking about how this is going to work, it's a little tricky because they're on different axes, like different. One's talking about stock price, the other one's just kind of a measurement of a real world activity. So the labels are very different. And so we haven't really made helpers or mappers for this particular scenario. You come up with some ideas. Go ahead and look through how the pipeline currently works though. We tried Jump. I haven't tried that yet, but it looks pretty good. What do I use? I use Cloud Code and Opus 4.5. Okay, supposedly it's implemented exactly what we've requested, and it's still wrong. which is very, very bizarre. Huh, interesting. Let me see where could it have gone wrong here? Because we told it exactly exactly what colors to use for each part. Take a look at this image. Do you see the problem? I'm really curious. Are you seeing a discrepancy between the research page you just made and the instructions I gave you plus this image? Very interesting. So the way I'm going to do this next, so the next step here, this didn't work with this explicit instructions. What I know works though is if we download the repo that AI Studio makes, we bring it in, then we say for it to copy. But I'm very curious as to why the explicit instructions wouldn't work. I guess maybe, I mean, it's not a lot of context really. So it kind of feels like it would be really easy just to put in the right colors for each of the sections we specified. No, I mean, it's literally everything is wrong, right? Like every single color is wrong. And I'm trying to figure out why. Do you have any idea? Okay. But the next step I will start, which is bring in the code base. So it's not capable somehow of this. I'm not sure why. We'll try to figure out, but I'm going to bring in the code base of the one that we do like, which is this one. And then we'll extract it that way. Mm. Interesting. It doesn't see anything wrong with, like, it thinks right now that the reason we're saying this is that the dark mode just isn't applied. So it actually doesn't see anything wrong with the color differences between the image that we supplied. It noticed a few things, like it noticed that this is not the right color, but it didn't notice that quite literally every single color is not right relative to this image. So I think if you guys are depending on this for specifically Opus 4.5 for images, specifically extracting out colors from one image and bringing it into another you're trying to bring into your style, you might run into some of the same stuff, unless it's just my project somehow, but kind of doubt it. It's not like I have a very complex structure on this page. Like we have a few components that are separate, but it's not that many, right? Like it's like this is separate. I don't even think this is separate. It's not like we got like a giant tree of components or anything. It's just not able to extract out the colors from the, and even right now, right? It's actually fixing this and it's setting it to the wrong color relative to the image. So I think it's just not really capable of doing that. Like maybe it can get the general gist of the styles from the image, but it just can't get the exact colors, I guess. So that's what I've learned from that. But we'll do what we're doing now, which is bringing in the project, and then it will be able to get the exact colors from AI Studio. So I'm going to go ahead and stop it now. So I want you to take a look at this project here. It's kind of glitchy sometimes. Add /design / Archon. I mean, not Archon, Onyx. So just look in that folder. It's there. I can't attach it at the moment. But take a look at the colors, give it back to me. And what you're going to do is update the research page to have these exact colors in the exact spots that it says. Okay, cool. It added 4 events. We're going to go ahead and test it out. Wow. Right now, it takes an extremely long time to load. I have a feeling when you click events, it's actually loading in every single event for every single country. Okay, the clicking's just a little off for some reason. Strange. Okay, cool. What it should do when you click the events, it should just load the events for that specific graph. That will save the loading time. Cool. That should fix that problem. I'm going to commit that probably. But I'm going to test it first, I suppose. So I'm going to commit nothing related to the dark mode yet, because that's kind of wacky. Where's the script for getting the... Did you actually make a file for the populating the Argentina data? What about the China data? Did you make a file for that? Oh, so did you actually put it all in there? The Populate World Bank events? So if I put in any ID, it's going to automatically start populating events with event descriptions as well. That's pretty good. That's a good script. Nice. It's a great script. That's really good, actually. So this will work really smoothly. Curious if that works for the research page. Interestingly, still choosing weird colors. What in the world? Is it my monitor? Am I going crazy? This is clearly different, right? It's like 100% different. Oh, unless it's a browser thing. I never thought about that. It could definitely be a browser thing. Huh. Wait, let me open this in Safari. I don't know what's going on with my Safari. It's just not working. Weirdness. Hmm. Clearing my cache. Developer. Very bizarre. Safari is not cooperating here. Try restarting maybe. Oh, oops. I have to wait because warp takes a long time to close the process. Or I could just start up a terminal, but fine, I will do it. But by the time I do it, it's going to work. Fantastic. We're starting this as well. This is a recurring bug I have on Safari. So I'm just trying to figure out why. It basically is just like infinitely loading. So I'm just curious if it's some sort of cache thing. I cleared the cache with Safari, but it always resets after a couple of hours. So I'm just curious what it could be. Nice, it fixed itself, interestingly, when I closed everything. Anyways, so this is interesting. So I open this. It's very clearly the wrong color still. So this will be something we'll explore tomorrow. Definitely weird. We brought in the color. Well, I think what we'll do tomorrow, we're going to run the AI Studio project, look at the colors, compare the two, and I'm actually really curious why, in this case, it didn't extract the right colors from the project, even when I had the code. So I'm kind of wondering. I know it's using Tailwind's themes, so I wonder if it's probably using the same colors. I imagine if it has access to the code base itself as a reference. But maybe an outdated version, maybe. But I am very curious. It's very kind of strange thing. But regardless, was a great day. Did a lot of stuff, fixed a lot of bugs, had data, and I will continue working on this tomorrow. We added events today, so when you click here, you can see all the events for example, this is the US. You can go through, zoom in, get information about what has happened here. This is Singapore government data that we're looking at here. So you get the specific events for the country and the specific events curated to the chart, and you can drag like this. And if you're interested in the country's history, I think the next step is potentially we can start overlaying companies' charts with this. Like, for example, there's a lot of defense-related, industrial-related charts that you might be interested to see how that relates to company performance. That would actually be pretty insightful, potentially. So I'm actually kind of excited to do that. It's going to be a little tricky, but that's what we'll work on next. Yeah, so that's what we worked on today. We worked on the dark theme a bit, obviously. We didn't quite get, surprisingly, a little more challenging than you'd expect. And we're going to probably not commit any of this. This is all dark theme related stuff. Yes. So tomorrow we will pick up where we left off on that style stuff. All right, guys, I'm going to head out. It's been fun. See you tomorrow.